Hi, everyone. Happy Sunday. Got Zach Gilday. We also got our weather intern, Katie Glanton, in here. She's been hanging around all afternoon, early evening, wants to study meteorology. Your roommate might have been impacted very closely to, which, by the way, they dropped that tornado warning.
Okay, so she's good.
So
okay.
that's good. But my goodness, we have a lot going on. A watch just was issued. We haven't even populated the counties yet. We've got severe weather potential, as you saw on Howell Heat and Cooling Mega Doppler. There's a lot of activity already ongoing. There's that tornado warning that was dropped for Durant. However, if anybody was driving back home on Highway 69, they're going to be encountering a ton of rain. And maybe the rain is a little east, but eventually they'll run into it on I-49. And this is some tremendous heavy rain along with some flooding. Already starting to see lightning looking off to the west from Fayetteville. And just a reminder, a friendly reminder, as we always do, if you're going to post about lightning, which is the flashing kind in the thunderstorms, it's Lightning. Hey, I get it, man. Everybody learns something new every day. Yeah, that was a real stickler. Just want to let you know. All right, new tornado watch is out. We'll take a look at it. It just got populated, and we'll see the very latest. As nope, still not showing up in our system.
Yeah.
But we'll get the latest as we're having it. It's called lightning. That's what it is. It's lightning. But there is a tornado watch that's for LaFleur County. You could see that right here. There's going to be a tornado watch for Northwest Arkansas. We're getting the latest information as the county outline comes out. But there is a look at LaFleur County under a tornado watch. Zach, this system is stout. There's a lot going on.
A lot of energy. We've been tracking it for a while now.
Yeah.
And it's finally coming in. We saw this morning. We saw those storms move through. A little bit of deja vu being back on here. Less than 12 hours.
I did know. I know. I'm just letting you know for future reference. I'm not saying that I'm the grammar police or the spelling police or anything like that, but just in case you want to know for future reference. But anyways, Katie, what have you noticed about this system? What do you think?
It seems really, really strong. It kind of freaking me out.
Yeah.
But it looks like it's going to be. It maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not the expert. Stronger tomorrow than today, but it's still going to be pretty strong today.
That is true. That is true. It is going to be pretty intense tomorrow. A lot of energy swinging in, instability, ingredients, and the bulk of the energy moves in too. So the system, we're going to show more about this, but the Storm Prediction Center has issued their new risk. Come on, populate, would you? Let's see if the we'll get it on the Storm Prediction Center's website. So here is the box, if you will. That's the tornado watch. So as they mentioned, it does populate for, and I've got it on our phone on our app, but it's Crawford, Sequoia. Let's see here. Eastern Oklahoma, Northeast Oklahoma. So still populating here. Other people are getting it. There's the box outline, and they still haven't outlined the watch details. Let's see. There it is. Finally, we got it. So there's the new watch. Goes until 1 a.m. That's a small watch till 1 a.m., but that shows you how these storms are training over the area multiple times.
Yeah, and because of that training, that's why flash flooding is a big concern.
So one of the things that people are asking about is what's going on with Rogers. Okay, so here's the deal with Rogers. Not in the tornado watch at the moment. Will that change? Possibly. But at the same time, we're lacking the surface-based instability. There's just not much instability for these storms to, let's say, strengthen over the Northwest Arkansas area. River Valley, that's a different story because, look, here's the surface-based cape. And you got to be in these shades and these colors in order to have surface-based storms. And you can see that it really doesn't happen until tonight in the River Valley. And it doesn't even really happen in Northwest Arkansas. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't see thunderstorms. It just means we won't see surface-based storms. And in order to have tornadoes, you have to have surface-based storms. What do we mean by that? That means that the bases of the storms need to be very low to the ground. So that's where all your rising motion is, all your updrafts, all your lift. It's close to the ground. Whereas if you have lift that's higher up and the thunderstorm starting, well, guess what? you're not taking that horizontal roll into effect to pull it up into the vertical, which creates tornadoes. So that's why you're not seeing that tornado potential in Northwest Arkansas, which is why they don't have a watch. So going back to this, everything's pretty quiet, but watch over time. That moisture and instability starts surging northward, but it doesn't quite make it into Northwest Arkansas for today. But tomorrow, look at what happens in the late morning hours. That starts surging northward, and that's where you kind of have a little more problems. Now, that just goes through 10 a.m. on Monday. But we're going to look at the extended HRRR as we go past 10 a.m. and look at what we have here, Zach.
That's a lot more.
Oh, boy. So now you got those colors that are spread out all over the area. That's the surface-based instability that's available for thunderstorms, and that's why you have that tornado potential. So let's go through the risk. We'll go through the timing. We're going to, first of all, go through the radar, just to let you know what's happening. So this is the very latest look at the radar. There's the tornado watch, goes until 1 a.m. for the River Valley, and these storms are knocking on our doorstep. In fact, it's time to get ready. Time to get ready to do some coverage here.
Yeah.
So that line is approaching Sequoia County. It has dropped the severe thunderstorm warning, so that's good. At the moment, we have severe thunderstorms that are tapping into that instability farther south, and you're going to see that moving eastward over time. So that's a look at the radar. Now we go back to the radar closest, and you can see there are additional storms moving into Northwest Arkansas, but I wouldn't be concerned about tornado potential in Northwest Arkansas tonight. However, tomorrow is going to be a different story. So here's the latest look at the risk. This is the newest risk. It's out. It was updated at 7 o'clock this evening because remember, with daylight saving time, you've got the risk updating a little hour earlier. So 7 o'clock instead of 8 o'clock in the evening. So we're going to take a look here what we've got, some of the comments. But let me go through this. This is the risk. Several severe storms tonight. 8 o'clock is the start of it. Here we have our watch that's been issued. Goes until 1 o'clock in the morning. And I think the severe weather risk overall will last until about 2 o'clock. All hazards are possible in the River Valley with tornadoes potentially. So we're going to be watching that. If we look at the individual tornado threat, you'll see the area most likely is going to be in the River Valley. That's, again, where that surface-based instability is. That's where the greatest potential for surface-based storms will be. We look at the damaging wind threat, and again, in the area where that surface-based instability is, that's where you see the greatest potential for surface-based storms, which is where the most dangerous storms will be. So that's tonight into the early morning hours. But what about tomorrow, Zach?
Well, I think that's the main event.
That is. That's the main event. So I like to attribute it like kind of like a boxing match. You know, you got, what is it, Holyfield? I don't know, Mike Tyson versus
Jake Paul.
Jake Paul. So think of it like a boxing reference, all right?
Yeah.
So we've got today, this morning, we had a little right jab. Tonight, we're going to get kind of a left cross. Tomorrow, the uppercut.
Then Mike Tyson uppercut.
yeah,
Yeah.
the Mike Tyson uppercut.
Yeah.
Or maybe Jake Paul. I don't know. I don't think Jake Paul
No,
stands a chance.
It's Mike Tyson.
Yeah,
Hopefully,
Mike Tyson's gonna
hopefully
go.
we can dodge that uppercut, but it's not looking that likely.
I bet my son could.
Yeah.
He's been taking a lot of boxing at straight right boxing. So, anyways, enough of us blabbering, but I just want to give you that reference. So you got the right, left, up, uppercut. That's what's going to happen. So always keep your guard up too.
Yeah.
That's what we do. So this is the severe weather risk for tomorrow. Now, this is a large enhanced area for a day 2 convective outlook. Afternoon, evening. So I think the potential is going to be right around rush hour, honestly. Pretty concerned about the rush hour tomorrow. That includes when a lot of people get out of school and stuff like that. So, Jacob, I would not be surprised if there aren't thunderstorms tomorrow late morning and we're sunny and there's a lot of instability that's building up that we get a moderate risk.
Yeah, and I do think that they might shift the Hatch tornado a little bit further east.
I agree with that too. Yeah, glad I already voted as well. So this is the tornado potential that Zach was talking about. The EF2 to EF5 tornadoes will be possible in eastern Oklahoma, And I do believe this does get shifted eastward a little bit, but that gives you an idea that the hatched area does make it all the way into western Arkansas, extreme western Arkansas.
Yeah, keep in mind that the hashed area, that's for significant EF2 plus tornadoes, so strong to violent.
Yeah. And that doesn't mean that those can't happen anywhere else, but it just shows you the greatest potential for that. Because if you were to look at 25 miles within a point, it's a greater than 10% area that you will see a tornado within 25 miles of a point if you're in that hatched area. Because you can see how it says significant up at the top, EF2 plus. That just means EF2 to EF5, stronger tornadoes. Let's go to the wind damage. Wind damage is pretty much all over the area, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. And so what's the latest timing of this? Well, let's go over it. Let's tell you what we've got. So we're going to step through this pretty slowly. But first of all, overnight tonight, we get a lot of thunderstorms that brings the potential for extremely heavy rain. Then as we work our way throughout the afternoon, this is where that line kind of develops. Now, our saving grace for this would be that the system is so strong that it just produces thunderstorms everywhere. And if that happens, then our surface-based instability will be less than what could potentially happen. I think we got Decatur still recording.
Yep.
Oh, there's a lot of lightning. Hold on, wait. Before you go off of that, look at this. Quite a bit of lightning that's showing up. Here, let's let that roll for a little bit.
There's been a lot of people asking about, college students asking about if they should go to class tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think class in the morning will be fine. Wow, look at that lightning.
I'm going to class in the morning.
I know Katie's probably wondering,
Yeah,
or Katie knows.
yeah, you can stop.
I don't have afternoon evening classes, so I don't have an excuse.
So if you have afternoon and evening classes, that's where things can get pretty interesting. But here's the deal, though, with class is that the university will have better shelters probably than a lot of places.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, like the student union has a huge interior bathroom that's a designated tornado shelter. I saw that when I was there.
I have class in Kimball. Kimball has a basement where a lot of people go.
So that's a great spot to go. So honestly, go to class. If it gets interrupted by a tornado warning, then you have a place to take shelter instead of being walking around or not knowing where to go, which we'll talk about that. But let's go back to here and we'll look at this and step through this over time. And so here we got a lot of storms. Now, maybe that's a little less instability. We'll see. We're going to check it out. We know that this system is strong and that a lot of times, even though it shows all these storms right here, they don't really happen. So if we see sunshine tomorrow, it could get really interesting. Here's a look at the significant tornado parameter. And notice how there's absolutely nothing tonight take that back. Kind of builds right back up there just a little bit in northwest Arkansas. That's because those low-level winds are so strong that moisture could increase pretty fast. So here's a look at tomorrow morning. It's mainly just a heavy rain event in northwest Arkansas, and then that instability starts to rapidly return. This is when the wind shear really starts to crank up. I will say that's a little bit less than what it had. Is it, Zach?
Might be a little. I mean, it looks pretty,
it's similar, but it might be just a smidge less. But notice the time there at about 3-4 o'clock. So the deal is it's tough. Do you get your kids? I'm not going to tell you to do that early. I would monitor and maintain weather awareness and be looking at the latest.
I think a lot of them are asking if they should keep their kids home from school.
I know some kids don't have school, as we found out. Madison County doesn't have school on Sunday. Wind is very strong on a parking deck. Yeah. Okay, so if we go to let's look at the latest here on the warnings. Anything you can think of that we need to look at? I know I'm tired too, believe me.
Probably 3-panel can outline the wind, because straight line winds can cause damage too, and we're definitely going to be getting that.
So here's a look at the individual threats. Hail is not going to be as big of a threat. And there's kind of good reason for that. The lapse rates aren't super strong. There could be some hail, but the shear is predominantly the factor that will probably prevent large hail. So, and everywhere is going to get rain. We'll go back to Mega Doppler. We can take a look at that storm system coming in. So you say newbie here. We're in Pea Ridge. I feel like we're relatively safe. Is an idiotic perspective in this scenario. So tonight, I would say that there's not as much of a tornado threat for our area. But remember, these storms are already highly electrified. So it kind of shows you the lightning is a lot more than what it was this morning, Zach.
Oh, a whole lot more for sure.
Yeah, there you can see it already. Just kind of cranking up left and right. Let's stop that recording on the Pea Ridge camera.
Indicator.
Yeah, Decatur. I'm sorry. So here's Siloam Springs. We're seeing the lightning on that too. I'm in a hatched area. Yeah, my kids will probably be coming home early and getting out and getting in our shelter. That's what Chanda said. What about Springdale, Arkansas? So Springdale is going to be in the risk for storms. It's not quite in the hatched area, but remember that could change. Straight line winds at Bella Vista tonight and tomorrow. Please look at that lightning. That shows you the strength of this system. And one thing we didn't even cover, Zach, is the flooding threat. I mean, to be honest with you, flooding is the deadliest out of all severe weather phenomena.
Yeah, and we've been seeing forecasted rainfall totals that I don't think I've ever seen in like one day
Didn't you say some of them
for this area.
Didn't you say up to potentially 5 to 7?
Yeah,
maybe?
5 to 7 inches.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't
In
want to
fact,
say any incorrect information on here.
You're not. Look at this. This is the Weather Prediction Center outlook for heavy rain, and it is staggering. So that orange is 3 to 5. Now, keep in mind, to be fair, this is for a 7-day outlook. However, the majority of this rain, except for maybe a few tenths of an inch, maybe a half inch, is mostly tonight and into tomorrow evening. That's going to be the greatest potential for heavy rain. Tonight, you can already kind of see that rain is starting to set up. So multiple thunderstorms. So we know the surface-based instability is greater in the river valley, but we also know that there's instability in northwest Arkansas for those thunderstorms. It might not be surface-based, but it's elevated. Let me show you some of the models that predict some of these rain totals, and there's something to look at for sure. It could be a little overdone, but regardless, check this out as we bring this up. So these are the rain totals. Now remember, I just want to preface this. This is just a computer model. However, when all the computer models are showing the potential for blue shades as well as purple, that gives you an indication that there's a good chance that, these storms are going to crank up. Zach, can you hand me a clicker? Where is that remote? There's one right there. Oh, there's one over here. I didn't see it. So we'll bring this up and we'll show you. So first of all, the graph model. This is the 3-day rain total. This takes you through Tuesday early morning. Oh, yeah, let's close out of that, Zach, on the far left. Yeah, let's close out all that. I set them all up. I'm all good. Whoa. A lot of lightning.
Yeah.
Do a 16 panel if you can, because we can show all those lightning strikes. But anyways, there's a 5.88 in Fayetteville, 7.28 in Harrison. So I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. But then you look at this model, the European, that shows quite a bit less. However, there still is close to 7 inches in Clinton. And then you see areas in southern Washington, northern Crawford County that show that heavy rain amount. So we know that rain amounts of that caliber is going to be possible because all the models are showing it. They just don't quite agree on exactly where the location will be, which makes sense considering, uncertainty on that. Then you look at the NAM and you got 3 to 4 to 5 to close to 6 inches. But then look at that in northeast Oklahoma. That's where it brings the heavy rain potential. If we look at the graph 4 kilometer, this will take you through the morning hours. Notice how there's absolutely no rain after Tuesday early morning. So election day is going to be absolutely fine. No problems with election day at all. So we've got, go ahead and make that full screen if you can, Zach. Yeah, there you go. So we got this full screen and we're going to bring this up and we're going to take a look at multiple cameras at once. bring this camera off the screen so you can actually see them. So we're seeing lots of lightning. Every time there's a lightning flash, you'll see multiple cameras start to flash. So I see this right here. I know some people are scared. I'm in a feign of a panic attack. We're going to get you through it, Eddie. We just have to see if, exactly where the worst of this storm system is going to be. I will tell you this. Tonight, we're not looking at a May 26th. Tomorrow afternoon into the early evening, there are some ingredients that show up that remind me of November 4th, 2022, which was a very dangerous tornado event that happened in eastern Oklahoma. Didn't quite make it into northwest Arkansas, but Muldrow, several other areas that were in LaFleur County, and as well as another spot that got impacted was Idabel. Idabel, Oklahoma had a deadly tornado and EF4 come through. So it shows you that potential is there. Yeah, a lot of lightning, Zach.
It's ironic that it's happening on the same day. November
Oh,
4th
it
again.
is.
November 4th
Wow.
again, yeah.
I didn't
Exactly 2 years later.
I didn't even realize that,
I just
Katie.
thought about that.
Yeah.
November 4th. So it shows you that severe weather can and does happen around this time. And once we kind of dive through all that, we'll take a look at some past events and we'll compare it, because sometimes you can kind of tell. So it depends, Connor, what you mean in terms of if we're in the clear in the northwest Arkansas area. Clear in terms of tornado potential, probably, because the surface-based instability isn't racing north. There's a potential that it does, but I'm not exactly sold on that. Look at all this lightning, though. Definitely a lot more lightning.
Lightning show for sure.
So Josh says right here, there's no reason to panic. The risk can be scary. There's no need to panic. It sounds bad, but we'll all get through this risk. Reduce your fear by staying informed. Have a plan. Be aware of the risk. That's great. Know where to go, what risk is and the timing, and be ready. When someone who grew up afraid of storms, the more I was ready and the more I was informed of the risk, the less scary it was. It's scary when storms occurred and I was clueless. It's scary sounding, but we'll get through it. Yeah, that's great information. Speaking of that, do you know where to go in a tornado? For those that are new to this area, you might not have an idea on where to go. So let me kind of show you some graphics here.
I always say, don't be scared, be prepared.
That's right. That's a great motto. Now keep in mind that we're not saying there's a tornado now, but this is the stuff that we would do if there was a tornado. So we use the acronym DUCK. We teach the kids this all the time. When I go to schools, kids to this day, when I visited their school 10 years ago, they still remember this. It's an acronym that's really easy to remember. Downstairs, under something, center of the house, keep away from windows. So that's DUCK. That's how you spell the word duck. And each one of those letters stands for something. So you want to get as low as you possibly can. That's the downstairs. Under something, you want to get in between, pillows, mattress, blanket, anything that you can to protect your head. Pillows, helmet, anything like that. Then you want to get into the center of your house, because the outside walls are the ones that are going to get damaged and come down the first. And then you got to you have windows that can be blown out, and keep away from windows. So Edward, if you don't have a basement, then you want to get as low as you possibly can. So downstairs, if you have a 2-story house, you get to the first story. If you only have 1 story, then you just get that first story. So duck, that's what you do. Next thing is to kind of show you, this is tornado safety right here. You want to avoid those windows, doors, and outside walls. Garage, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, stairs, living room, all those areas have exterior walls. Now the hall and closet doesn't. The best place to be is the basement. The worst place is the deck.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, don't go outside.
I think that would be the worst. So yeah, we have a lot of comments coming in.
It took me forever to figure out where I should go for my apartment, but found a stairwell. I went for the one on Halloween night.
Speaking of apartment, we've got that too. So never stay in a mobile home. We had a lot of people asking about that. I saw the comment about War Eagle, and if you are in a mobile home, this is the kind of night, tomorrow afternoon, evening, you definitely want to get out of that mobile home. and get to a sturdier structure if storms are threatening. Leave them for a sturdier structure because even the weakest storms can tend to knock over mobile homes. Look at what happened in the Prairie Grove tornado. I saw several trailers, tractor trailers, and campers that were overturned. So you got to be aware of that. But this is the key right here. If in an apartment, now how many college kids were in apartments for this last storm that was coming right over Fayetteville? A lot. Seek shelter into an interior room on the first floor of the building. You want to get off those top stories because those are the ones that are going to get damaged the most. So get to know your neighbor. And also, too, take all warnings seriously. I know some people can get real complacent on if a tornado warning is issued and then they don't. We get these all the time. I heard that from some people that actually survived the Joplin tornado. Now they'll never not take tornado warnings seriously ever again after they saw the amount of damage that they can cause.
I know a lot of people, since it's late at night, they're like, "Oh, I'll just go back to sleep." I heard a lot of people did that. Even though it didn't really hit Fayetteville as much.
Yeah, and there's a reason that it didn't. And the reason that it didn't is because the ingredients didn't line up. Zach, you brought up a great point on that storm on why the Prairie Grove tornado developed.
Yeah, well, I mean, the ingredients for the supercells weren't really quite there to produce tornadoes, but what we had a cell interaction. So it's these little things that can happen that can produce big things. And that's what happened. I mean, that storm wasn't on the ground for all that long, but it was on the ground just long enough to cause some damage.
3 miles. Yeah.
And I do want to make an important point about if you live in an apartment. A lot of people say go underneath the stairwell. A lot of people have outdoor stairways, breezeway.
Yeah.
You don't want to be out there.
Nope.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interior. That's the key.
Interior.
We have an interior stairwell. Stairwells are okay, but if it's the exterior, those outside walls are susceptible to coming down. So let's go back to some cameras here because, man, we got quite a light show out there. So, Kimberly, what if we have to drive to shelter? It's questionable because I don't want to give a bad advice to tell everybody to drive, away from their home when they could have sheltered in home and be a lot better instead of being out on the road and then caught in a huge, traffic jam.
Yeah.
It kind of happened in Oklahoma City on a storm, May 31st, 2013, the El Reno tornado. There was talk about driving south. So, you don't necessarily want to do that. If you have time and it's not going to hit for 30, 40 minutes and you have a safe shelter to get to, such as like Pea Ridge or Decatur has those, area shelters, those are FEMA approved and FEMA safe, then that's a good idea. But only if you have time. A lot of times these tornado warnings are issued only 13 minutes in advance. So that's not enough lead time. Let's go back to this. So this is weather 1, and this is overall. We see all the lightning that's happening. So we got to watch that cell that's developing. Yeah, look at all that stuff that she would have to drive through, your friend, and then she would be on I-49.
She told me she just checked into her hotel.
Good.
She's all good.
Good.
She's gonna come leave tomorrow morning. Yeah.
I think that's the best plan.
I was been really scared for her all night.
Because look, there's severe thunderstorm warnings over Atoka and everything else.
McAllister.
And so McAllister, they're just
so she's safe in Durant right now.
All right. So let's go through some. We got a lot of comments. We're getting a lot of stuff. I don't know if we're going to be able to go back in time and look at all of them, but duck. There you go. Downstairs, duck, dodge, dip.
I always think about that whenever I say the duck.
The duck,
duck,
dodge,
dive.
duck, dip, dive, and dodge. two dodges from dodgeball. You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Okay, so the tornado risk, as we'll show you here over the next few hours in the Northwest Arkansas area, is limited. It's a little bit greater in the River Valley. So this is the hourly HRRR. And if we look at this as it loads, there we go. Oh, that's a sig hail. I don't think hail is going to be a problem. We'll get some minor size hail. So we'll let this load. You see how that just remains south in the river valley, but it really kind of cranks up around 11, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning, which is, by the way, the exact time that watch goes for. If you're just tuning in, there is a tornado watch in the river valley along and south of I-40. There's been multiple tornado watches. Let me show you the system that's responsible for all this jazz. It's massive. It is a big, big system. And in fact, I'm going to show you this here. We're going to bring up the comp map. So this is the composite map. And I'm going to zoom in on this a little bit so you can see. Look at all of this energy. Man, typically you only see like a little wave coming in, like a little couple dash lines. We got all this. On top of that, the system is still digging too, Zach.
Yeah,
Digging
definitely.
means that it's dropping south still. So it's look at that. My goodness. That is what we call winds that are leeward, windward. The trough is basically the winds are still on the backside of the system, the strongest winds. So guess what? That trough is still going to dig and drop farther south. Leeward is after it's already rounded the base of the trough. Windward is before it hits the base of the trough. So we have windward. Look at that, where that trough is still going to dig. Here's the amount of energy that's associated with it. Here's the low-level winds. We got very strong 850 millibar winds. You look at the surface-based cape, and it's basically non-existent, but is expected to race northward. The surface winds are east-southeast, so that's not good for the storm motions that we have. That's pretty favorable. Look at the dew points that are going to be surging north throughout the day tomorrow. We got probably 70 dew points that will be returning. You look at the precipitation, that's always pretty terrible. Surface obs, all that stuff. The warm front's lifting northward tonight. So if we go to the Weather Prediction Center, I wonder if they actually changed the excessive rainfall forecast. Before we look at that, though, I want to look at the surface analysis. So yeah, the warm front is way north. Look at that warm sector. And then we have another boundary that's to the south. And you can see that boundary is lifting northward. That's the real true high dew points. Well, guess what? That's not far away.
And these boundaries and these gradients can be focuses for severe weather.
My goodness, look at that trough. So that front comes in, and there's going to be thunderstorms that just fire up all along that. Now, this moves out by election day. By the afternoon, there will not be any more storms in the area. So here's the day 1, and the day 2, and the day 3, it's long gone. So still don't know why they took the moderate out. Moderate for rainfall.
Maybe two slights in a row, kind of equal.
Maybe
moderate.
So if you'll notice, the day 1 through 2. Oh, did they change this now? They did. They're shifting it east. They continue to shift it east more and more now. This changes so often, though. Let's look at this. This is the mesoscale discussion, and they were talking about issuing the tornado watch. I want to show you the parameters. So we're going to look at the observed sounding, because that's the best thing to do, is to look out the window. So if we look out the window, my goodness, is that a saturated air mass? Holy smokes. And this is, wow. You see the precipitable water?
2 inches.
2.01. For this time of the year, that is astounding. That is a lot of precipitable water. Now, for those that are wondering, what's precipitable water? All that is basically is, sorry, man, got a choked up voice here.
I was coughing earlier too.
All that is basically how saturated your sponge is. So if you got a sponge that's just full of water, like if you wash your car, you dip that sponge in a bucket, you pull it out without even wringing it out. What happens? It's dripping with water. That's exactly what this is going to be like. When these thunderstorms come through, they're going to wring out all this moisture, and we're talking about some extremely heavy rain rates. We're going to keep going here on some comments. What if all rooms are exterior? Now, this is about 10 minutes ago. Ballrooms are exterior. It sounds like a trailer home or a manufactured home or a mobile home to me. What time would you suggest checking kids out that don't get out at 3:30 until 3:30? Hopefully 3:30 is okay, but it's going to be close.
Yeah, because
Let's just
you get-
yeah.
if you get out at 3:30, it might take you 30 minutes to an hour to get home. A lot of buses take.
Lone Wolf Tom knows where it's at. We have a welded steel tornado shelter built inside the house.
There we go.
Everybody takes shelter in Lone Wolf Tom's place. All right. It's good question. Good stuff right here. These are some good tips actually. Have hard soled shoes ready. Boy, I heard a lot of people when they were in that tornado that they didn't even have their shoes on or by their side. So in a tornado warning, grab those shoes, take shelter with shoes on because you don't know what the conditions of your home will be if it got hit by
Yeah.
a tornado.
Broken glass, rusty nails.
Oh yeah, I saw it all. Have a go bag ready. So meds, IDs, keys. It helps to be prepared. These are the preparedness things that we talk about. What about third floor apartments with not knowing anybody in the complex? So I've seen a lot of bad tornado damage on third floors, and they're not pretty. So you want to get off that third floor if there's a tornado coming. The best place is a tornado shelter, yes. Do I crate my dogs and collar them? Tiffany Ferris asked. Do you crate your dogs?
I probably wouldn't put them in a crate.
Yeah. I would hold them, get them into shelter, and I would hold them. Yeah,
Yeah.
because what if they're trapped in the crate?
Yeah, you don't want that.
Is it true to crack your window? Ooh, Kenzie. Someone told me that today, but just checking. Not true. Cracking the window is a bad idea. This was something that we told people before to do. Not we, but meteorologists back in the day. We're talking back in the 80s and early 90s. And that's because meteorologists thought that the homes exploded because of the pressure difference from the inside to the outside of the house. But in all actuality, what caused the homes to explode was the windows being blown out. So if you compromise your house by opening up your windows, you're letting the air get inside your home, which is very strong winds, which can compromise your walls. And another thing too, Kenzie, is that the tornado damage at Prairie Grove, someone was showing me this. So you know how the attic has that little, ventilation area at the top of the attic? The wind went through that into the attic, was forced out because it didn't have anywhere to go. So it was forced out underneath the roof and blew the siding off the roof. That's what I showed on that live shot from Prairie Grove. So the winds were forced into the attic. The wind didn't have anywhere to go. It was being forced down the roof line, and that caused the siding and the bottom siding of the home to be ripped off and the roof to lift off a little bit. So not a good idea to crack your windows, to sum it up. Please let me know. I just let you know. No straight line wind. So you're looking at that line, Zach, out west. And that's something interesting, huh?
Well, we got some strong storms moving into northwest Arkansas, Washington
Yeah.
County, Stillwell area. Fort Smith, get back to see some pretty heavy rain, some lightning in there. No hail.
No, hail's not going to be a concern.
But yeah, that lightning's starting to pick up. Could be some interactions here with these cells.
Look at that boundary that you were looking at, the north-south boundary. And by the way, we want to look at the shear vectors and all that stuff. We'll look at that. But
yeah.
I got it on this one, so I still
Okay.
have that SPC sounding analysis, and we can go to the meso analysis. But go to the velocity image because you were looking at something. Look at how that boundary is north and south near Tahlequah. Now, is that set to the storm motion?
Well, nothing to set it to. Gonna have to do like the dots, but no.
I don't like the looks of that because that boundary looks very suspicious. So maybe that instability is returning quicker than expected, which
Yeah.
can happen with the models. And then we got that severe storm that's really being focused. I just heard some rumbles of thunder.
And those storms are moving towards Fort Smith.
So here's a morbid question. Robert asked, have there been cases of people being sucked through windows? As a matter of fact, the Joplin tornado, and someone I know knew this person that was pulled out of the car through the sunroof in a tornado, and unfortunately passed away, and was on his way to a graduation ceremony.
Ooh.
Yeah, because it happened on a Sunday. So yeah, morbid. We have a shop with a foundation that's better than our mobile home. So those tin shops are pretty bad too. They can get destroyed pretty easily. What's the tornado threat tomorrow? Seems stable, and it is stable outside right now. I would agree with that. However, things are going to be potentially ramping up tomorrow pretty significantly. So let me show you what I mean by this. So this is the SIGTOR parameter right now. And then over time, that lifts northward, might creep into the river valley, but then watch what happens tomorrow afternoon. So it actually has listened a little bit, Zach. Hopefully that continues to be on a weakening trend.
A lot of shear out there. See those shear vectors? 50,
No.
50 knots.
Okay, we got to bring that up.
Pretty common.
50 is not good. So I'll show you what I mean by that. So let's go back here. We're going to bring this up. Real quick, please don't ever hide in a bathroom or closet on a high floor. Hidden center rooms on high floors on a campus. Damage could be just as bad, if not worse, with height. That's true. Cameron. So Cameron right now is about to get those storms. You're getting some really heavy rain in Cameron. Let's go ahead and zoom in on that, Zach. It's going to be in northeastern LaFleur County. So there's Cameron right there. And so you got some thunderstorms rolling through you right now, but nothing severe, nothing major at the moment. What will be the focus for storms tomorrow? It's going to be a giant cold front. So we know there's going to be storms. It's a matter of how many storms there are during the middle of the day that will potentially mitigate the tornado potential. But we know this system is intense. I see all severe weather headed my way up here. Yep. My goodness, look at that rain. That rain amount, we're going to have some flash flood warnings by the end of the night. Okay, here's one. What about a garage on the bottom floor of a 3-floor townhouse? There's one small window in my garage, but the only other place to go on the bottom floor is to sit like in a 5x4 space right in front of the front door. I would say that 5x4 space is the best.
There's got to be a stairwell in your townhouse. Is there like a closet beneath the stairwell?
Yeah, if there's a closet beneath the stairwell, that's the best spot to go. But that 5x4 space, the smaller the space, the less expansiveness you have on the roof above you, which is the less possibility of collapse. Have to go bag for each family member, change of clothes, blah, blah, blah. Yep. Cash medications, iPhone chargers. Have a go bag. That's perfect. Yeah. Rogers don't have a tornado shelter. Nope. We're going to keep going through here. How about taking shelter in an elevator? Terrible idea, because power could go out and then you're stuck.
Yeah, that's not a good idea.
No,
Unless you're on the bottom floor and still,
I still wouldn't do
there's
that.
a bunch of empty space up above you. I don't know.
Yeah,
Sorry.
the elevator would come down and crush you.
Yeah,
Nah, I don't think so.
don't do it.
Pea Ridge Shelter is where we drive to. Yep. No. And in fact, here's why I don't agree with that. Garage is a bad spot to be. Did you see the garage doors that were blown out from just a weak tornado that came through Prairie Grove? Those garage doors are drafty. And when they're drafty, the wind is going to get into that, and the pressure is going to pull it out. So it's not, there's an example of having an opening in the garage door, and it still pulls the garage door open. Or if the wind is blowing into the garage door, that'll collapse the garage door. The next thing you know, you got tornadic winds. Where do we go close for our shelter around War Eagle? We're headed to Daughters in Fayetteville, but there's no shelter that I know of. Churches used to be emergency shelters. There's one less than 3 miles from us instead of 30. Boy, I honestly don't know in the War Eagle area. That's why you got to remain weather aware. That's why we provide all the weather updates, all the blog information, all the, we just pushed that not too long ago. If in a 3-story condo with 4th floor being a garage, where do you recommend is the safest place to go? Any type of low-level closet that you have or underneath the stairwell. Can we go to bed in Bentonville? I mean, 8:24, you're going to bed pretty early.
But yeah, come on, stay up.
But I don't blame you, Ashley.
Stay up for Fox 24 News.
I'd be going to bed too.
And for the football game.
It's been a long day for all of us. I got in here. Peyton was in here in the morning. Wait, so in an apartment, bathroom is fine if I live on the ground floor. Yes, that's right, Edward. That's the best spot to be because typically your bathroom is an interior room. Are we expecting a tornado outbreak tomorrow? Potentially. The reason I say that is because there's a lot of energy. This is a very intense system, but all the ingredients have to line up. So if you're just tuning in, we'll get back to some more comments, but there's a look at the severe weather threat. It's an enhanced risk. An enhanced risk has a hatched area for tornadoes. Pretty large one, too, that extends all the way down to Dallas, Texas, essentially, and I-30. So anywhere along that line has a potential for some significant tornadoes, which, by the way, that's kind of a tornado outbreak, to be honest with you, if it truly does happen. And the wind damage is pretty serious, too. So my house is weird. No interior room or closets. Every room has an exterior wall or window. You know, my house had that, too. And that was really weird. Can we have a high-level recap, please? Yes. So you just saw the risk. We'll go through the hourly forecast because I know we're sometimes going off on a tangent and stuff. Let's look at a different model. Let's look at a 3-kilometer graph model. Anything you want to inject, Katie?
I'm just listening right now.
Just listening away. So here we go. This is the future track. First of all, notice. So this is the current view, and this is what's actually happening. So the current radar with the model. So basically the expected forecast. I think it's doing a pretty poor job. What would you say? Yeah. That's terrible. There's storms all over the place. Wow, I bet you Salome is lighting up like a tree
Speaking
here.
of the storms going, I found out from my roommate that she wasn't the only Arkansas student that stopped in Durant.
Good to
Yeah.
get to stay.
To be safe, yeah.
I think it's a good idea. There's so much going on. We're getting hit with thunderstorms, heavy rain, potential flash flooding. Tornado threat may be limited, but still possible. So I wanted, speaking of that tornado threat, in order to analyze that, we got to get to the conditions, the weather conditions. So let's do that. Let's look at this. This is going to be the Storm Prediction Center. And what we want to do is we want to go back here. We're going to look at what's called mesoanalysis. So this is how we look at the model every hour and the different parameters. So if we look at this 0 to 3 kilometer cape, non-existent. Does that return to the north? Yes, it does. Wow. That does pretty quickly. So in the early overnight hours, there's a potential that we see tornadoes in northwest Arkansas. So we're going to be here getting you through it, staying up the entire night, babysitting the radar, watching it closely, because look at that instability return. So this is right now, and then this is over time. So this is essentially 4Z, which, by the way, now is 10 o'clock. It's going to be all messed up now trying to remember Z time.
Yeah,
So you
4Z is because 606 is 12 a.m.
Yep, 06 is 12
so 4
a.m.
is 10 p.m.
Yep. So you got 10, midnight, 2 a.m., which, by the way, the watch officially goes until 1 o'clock in the morning. So the 0 to 3 kilometer helicity is not here, or the 0 to 3 kilometer cape is not here yet. But if we go to this is the 0 to 3 kilometer bulk shear vector. And yeah, we have 50 knots. So 50 knots will allow for some of these lines that are running north and south to potentially produce tornadoes. By the way, Zach, is that you? No, Zach's
I
not here
think
yet.
Zach went to the restroom.
Okay. There's a 0 to 3 kilometer surface vorticity. And if we move along in time, you can see that 0 to 3 kilometer cape nudging in. So early morning, we have the potential for tornadoes in northwest Arkansas, which makes sense because remember, if we go to the risk now, you'll see that, hey, Zach, that 0 to 3 kilometer instability races north by about 2 in the morning into northwest Arkansas.
Okay.
So here's a look at the severe weather threat for tonight. And you'll see that our area is under a level 2. So we still have that potential for severe weather. And we're currently getting severe weather to the south of us, but a lot of lightning. My goodness, the lightning is going off. Watch this. Meantime, we're continuing to do a recap. Pretty constant now. Let me look and see the
Oh,
radar if there's anything
Which
of
camera is
concern.
this? Oh, look at that.
So that is
Ah.
that's Lincoln.
Lincoln just had a lightning show over there.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's bring that baby up. So here's Lincoln. What? Okay, here we go.
It was just
Just a little laggy. See if it shows up, or is it a still image?
no, it was
No, I know. I'm just talking about this. It looks kind of, no,
Oh,
that's
there
not
it is,
still
yeah.
at all. Tornado threat, northwest Arkansas, low tonight. Low, but possible, as you saw that instability starting to roll in. McDonald County, that's a good question. You're getting a lot of storms. I think the main threat tonight is going to be flash flooding potential. So let's show you this here. We'll go to Mega Doppler real quick. If you're just hopping on, I know it's 8:09. It's like 20 minutes ago. That's how many comments we're getting. We're getting
yeah, we're
comments
kind of
like
behind on
crazy.
comments.
We could fly through as fast as we can, but there's a look at Southwest Missouri, McDonald County getting thunderstorms. Before that, before I look at any more comments, I do want to look and see if there's any type of wind shear. See this, anywhere along this line, this is totally balanced. I don't like that at all. That concerns me. And that's coming straight this way. But the only thing that's lacking is that 0 to 3 kilometer instability. But anywhere along that line is balanced. And if we do get any type of low level instability, that's going to create some rising motion. So to kind of break this down for you and everybody else on Facebook Live, Katie, I'll tell you. So if we have our surface like this, okay, this is our ground. And we have this low level instability, meaning the air wants to rise in the lowest levels. Well, if you have a horizontal spin and it wants to get pulled up in the vertical, that can only happen if that instability is down near the surface, because otherwise you wouldn't get the rising motion that would cause that rotating air curtain to move up and to create the tornado. So if you have mid-level instability, keep in mind like the spin's down here, okay, like this. And then the instability is in the mid levels. Well, that rising isn't going to pull this upwards. So that's why you have to have that low level instability. So we go back to Mega Doppler, and you can see right here, there is definitely some rotation all up along this line. However, we're lacking that surface based instability, the 0 to 3 kilometer, meaning from the surface to 3 kilometers. That's where you kind of want to look at QLCS tornado potential. But remember that over time, that environment is continuing to bring that low level instability as you saw surging northward. So that's that. All right, let's go here. From the time my emergency alert went off in Fayetteville, Farmington last week to the storm crossing over us was about 12 minutes. So typically the average lead time is about 13 minutes. In fact, there's a horrible movie out that's it's not horrible, but it's definitely not the best tornado movie, but it's called 13 Minutes. Charge your phones.
Make sure you also have portable chargers too. Charged up.
Yeah.
Reminding him to charge his phone.
Yep. Reminded me. How is Rudy looking tonight? Definitely some storms coming your way. Yep. false info. You already debunked that. A lot of these questions are answered by everybody else. So,
Because we're kind of behind.
oh man, yeah, 2013 El Reno was bad. If you're caught out in a tornado warning storm, if you can't get indoors, get into the lowest ditch, cover your head. Do not get underneath the overpass. They're not safe. Nope. It's great that you're debunking a lot of these tornado myths. We do it all the time, but we can't do it every time. You know, like we don't have the time to do it on the air. Being from Joplin, understanding now that damage the tornadoes can do, please consider buying or building a proper shelter. The peace of mind that it will bring you is immeasurable. Absolutely. You know, it's interesting that you mentioned that, Greg. There is a hurricane brewing, and someone asked me what the name of it's going to be, and I'm so caught up on everything. It's potential tropical cyclone 18. Guess what? That's headed towards Louisiana. And if we go to this,
Would it be, do we have an Isaac?
well, hold on. We're going to look here. So we've had Patty. So it would be subtropical storm Patty.
yeah.
So
Oh, yeah, we had
potential
Kurt.
tropical. So it would be after P. It would be R, whatever the R name is.
Because I forgot we had Milton. R is Raphael.
So Raphael.
Gosh, I'm way behind on all these hurricanes.
Oh, there's so many.
Wait, isn't Fort Smith radar down?
230. It doesn't look like it. No.
We've got a
Let's
live
see.
log
Uh-huh.
with our stream currently as the top,
Okay. All right.
and Casey is going to be on the desk if we have to go wall to wall.
Okay, perfect. All right. Good deal. So right now, Zach, I'll show you this because you didn't get to see this earlier, but here's what we're going to do. We're going to bring this up. I'm going to go back into the SPC meso analysis, and I want to show you this real fast. So this is the SPC meso analysis. This is what I need to show Zach is if we look at the 0 to 3 kilometer cape, nothing around us right now. So even though these storms are rotating pretty intensely and have a pretty impressive, UDCZ balanced UDCZ, watch this low level instability race northward. Ready? This is 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours.
Oh, and you're not talking just like some little values here.
I
It's
know.
going up.
Talking like around 175, 100. Yeah. That's no
And
no
what do
good.
we say is like the lowest value?
50?
50. Yeah, so
Mhm.
we're going to be above that.
Yep. And then you look at the 0 to 3 kilometer, it's like around, I'm going to get the radar off of there so we can see. Look at
50
that.
knots.
50 knots.
So even though this line isn't really oriented perpendicular, if you like a nub in that part of the line.
Yep. Any type of surge,
Yeah.
line surge. And don't forget, your angle can vary with that
Yeah.
50 knots. It can vary up to about 35, 40 degrees.
And there's a lot of activity out ahead of this line. So if
Mhm.
that gets ingested,
Mhm.
it's an automatic surge.
Yep. It's a lot to watch. This is going to be a tricky night, regardless. Nonetheless, yeah. We'll leave that up. So, all right, let's keep going. I think we're
And the 9 p.m. is going live at 9:08.
9:08.
Do
Okay.
you want to keep this going through that?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
We'll start off. We'll do your weather live, and we'll see what we've got going on. So
It's just a half hour.
we will break away briefly, just to we will break away briefly to get ready. I'm gonna have to put a tie on. I think with the tornado watch that's out there right now, I will be putting on that tornado tie just in case. So we'll be watching that. Tomorrow morning shouldn't be too bad, but tomorrow afternoon, evening will be a lot worse. Tornado potential tonight is possible. In fact, if we go to these graphics here real quick, look at all the lightning that's happening, Zach. There's a
Yeah.
lot of it. Do you have the watch out? I mean, I know it already posted on social media. Does that automatically?
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
Just like a graph, you have a graphic ready for the air?
No. Nope.
Okay. Well, here, let me bring this up real fast. So this is weather 2. This is the watch that's in effect. Tornado watch until 1 o'clock. Only includes a river valley because that's where the low level instability is at the moment. Thunder in Bella Vista right now. I live in a new manufactured home. I get off of work at 3. Would it be smartest for me to just chill at Walmart or something for a bit tomorrow? Just all depends on what time these storms roll in. 3 o'clock might be a little early, but we'll watch it. Huh. It's a rainy night, Andrew. Yes, it is. Oh, I love the rainy nights. You love the rainy nights, Zach? Not these kind, no, right?
I can go without these.
Yeah, like a little subtle rain. What about 3-story townhouse with the only areas on the bottom floor consists of a 5x6 space in front of the front door and then a garage with a small window in it and a lot of spiders in the garage? I'd pass on the garage, like I said before. Lightning is crazy and grab it. Bella Vista's getting rain. We'll go through the radar here in just a bit. NOAA Weather Radio is an excellent investment, Kat. You could hear it going off in the background too when alerts get issued. It's very loud. It's very obnoxious, but that's the point. It's to wake you up. The thunder has not stopped and grab it. I know. It is highly electrified. These storms are. In the meantime, why don't we look at some cameras here? So we got Alma looking off to the west. I wonder why it does that flash, Zach. Maybe you switch to a camera.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Yeah, I'm not liking that. Can you review the timelines for this, please? Yes, we can. I know you're probably waiting for that. Tornado outbreak is possible tomorrow, Adam. It just all depends on if all those ingredients come together, but it's not out of the question if it truly does happen. Here's the timing, okay? So first of all, this model is not the best on what's actually happening right now. So this is what it shows is supposed to be happening. This is what is happening. It's a little bit of a different view, but it gives you an idea that there's a lot more storms in the river valley than what this shows. So this is the best thing that we can look at for timing, but there's those storms coming through, a lot of heavy rain in the river valley, and then notice how we kind of get a break during the late morning into the early afternoon. I'm not sold on every one of these dots showing up that they're storms, but if we look at the timing of this, it ramps up right now. That's why we have 90 to 100% for the chance of rain. A little bit of a drop off during the early afternoon, but then look at what happens tomorrow evening around 5, 6 o'clock. That ramps way back up again. So there's your threat and there's your timing. If we look at this model, this just updated not too long ago. That's pretty terrible. 8, let's go to 9 o'clock. Let's see. Look at that, Zach. That's terrible.
Oh, what?
Yeah. That's not close at all. Let's look at the 3-kilometer graph. See if that's doing any better. And the answer is no, it's not. It barely has anything. So even the 3-kilometer models aren't doing a good job. And then that also shows all the rain to the northwest, but that's not even close to what's actually happening. So you know what? Scrap it. We're not going to look at any of those models anymore. On Monday is a tornado risk. Is the moderate significant risk impact in Benton County? So we have talked about that, but you might just be jumping on. This is the risk area. Now remember, this will probably change. By the way, they liked your leopard print dress.
Oh, thank you.
I saw a comment on that. You'll notice the entire area. So you're asking about Benton County. Benton County is for sure in that enhanced risk. And remember, that's right smack dab in the middle of it, to be honest with you, in terms of west and east. Here's the tornado potential. Yeah, you see those colors dropping off, but Zach and I both agree that if there's no rain or thunderstorms in the morning, late morning, and it kind of clears out, then that tornado risk could shift eastward. The wind threat's going to be everywhere, and the hail's not really going to be a huge factor. So those are the individual risks.
Are you talking about the tornado risk for tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Yeah, because one of my friends texted me and asked me about if we could talk about that.
Yep, I just did.
Okay,
I
good.
just did.
My friend Brielle. Brielle's watching.
This is absolutely live. Hear all the boom booms now in Bella Vista. I was wondering how it would be tonight versus tomorrow. Code Red didn't work Thursday. Ooh, someone asked about Code Red and didn't work Thursday. So we've got a service. I'm going to give you a way that you can prepare for storms and severe weather now. That's going to be a big rumble of thunder. So that way you're prepared. You can be woken up in the middle of the night. It can call landline phones. If some of you live out in the boonies or live out, where there's not a lot of, cell service, you're in a very rural area. I like to call it the boonies, right? You've heard of that before.
Yeah.
Living out in the boonies.
Getting quite a lightning show.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. In the meantime, I'll bring that up, and then I was going to show you a weather call. Weather call is a great way to get prepared for storms. And there might be some people on here that have weather call, and they can give you some testimonies. Weather call is an amazing service that will call you only if you're in the path of an actual warning. So some people were asking, they lived in Tawny Town, and they're like, oh, my weather call didn't work. Well, that's because you weren't actually in the path of the warning. You just missed the polygon. So let me show you here. So this is Weather Call Next Gen. Weather Call Next Gen is a service that we provide, and we're exclusive to it in the market, just to let you know. We have a partnership with Weather Call Next Gen, not to be confused with our sponsor for a future track, which is called Next Gen. Next Gen is a building company. This is a different deal. Weather Call Next Gen is a service that will call you, but only if you're in the path of a polygon. It also provides up-to-the-minute phone calls, texts, emails to keep you safe during severe weather. They also have live radar, real-time storm tracking, lightning strikes, and several other things. If you want to learn more, you can visit that website, weathercallservices.com/KNWA Next Gen. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to provide a little link for you. And what it'll do is it'll call you, and their servers work pretty well. Now, just a little, let you know, there's a lot of things that are free. This costs just a minor amount, like literally $1 a day. Or $1 a day. $1 a month. I'm sorry. That's like, whoa.
$1 a day.
$365. $1 a month. So we're talking less than 2 Starbucks coffees.
$12 a year.
Yeah, $12 a year. That's it.
Quick mental math.
That's it. That's good. Good math. I'm putting the link on there. And this is a great way to get signed up. Real simple, real easy. If you sign up for a million things, you know exactly what to expect. I'm going to look at the Cartwright Mountain Weatherbug Network camera because in Mountainburg, let's see if this is live.
Oh, wow. There's so many lightning strikes.
This might be dead. This looks too dark. Nope, it's a live camera. Barely hanging on. A lot of lightning. And that's because we have on Mega Doppler, here's the storm.
Oh, it's already made its way in here. When you're in here, you kind of feel like
it's coming in.
You're away from the world, so you don't.
So we're gonna bring. I know exactly, but until you really start hearing those rumbles,
Yeah.
Don't know why this is doing that, where it's flickering. I have a stress headache. I know. I believe it. Tonight, I think you'll be okay. Rudy, yeah, there's a line of storms, but it's not even severe right now. Wow, look at that lightning. We'll just watch that. Getting loud in Bentonville.
I can believe it with all the lightning strikes and seeing on the
we showed you the rundown on the timing, but it could be a problem for going to Destin around noon tomorrow. The garage is a no-fly zone. Yep. His name was Norton, and we had finished graduate. He was driving his dad out to the store and got ripped out of his dad's arms out of the car window. Was found in a pond. Yeah, you know all about that, Cindy. So we were talking about that. Was driving his dad out to the store and got ripped out of Oh, he had finished graduation. Golly. Yeah, it was at 5:41 that tornado hit. Wow, some good lightning there.
Ooh, wow, yeah.
Also curious about the Huntington and Mansfield area in Sebastian County. We have no sirens where I'm at. So a lot of people think they don't have sirens and they're in trouble, but that's not necessarily the case. You shouldn't be relying on the tornado sirens anyways. So just to let you know, sirens are meant for outdoors. We talk about this all the time, and I think people ingrain this into their head that they think I'm only going to take shelter if there's a siren. You can't do that because sirens are meant for outdoors. Sometimes the sirens fail. Power gets knocked out, the sirens won't work. You have to have multiple sources of warning. Are sirens, good for alerting you? If they work, yes. But don't rely on them and be like, I'm not taking shelter until the siren goes off. Because then there might be times where you're like, man, that struck without warning. When instead there have been tornado warnings for minutes, if not almost an hour. Can you put a mattress or something between you and glass, like a big cushion? Weather team will be the better person to ask on physical location. But in general, want to get as much stuff between you and the outside as possible. I mean, I wouldn't be putting a mattress next to glass because then that means you're in an exterior wall, unless it's like a mirror or something like that. So nobody's in harm's way right now. Stigler, yeah, you're getting some rain and storms, but it's not tornado.
Right there.
Yeah, there's Stigler right there. I'll show you what we got. You pointed that out quick, Katie. You knew exactly what Stigler
I've been looking at
was.
Oklahoma for a while because of my roommate.
Been looking a lot of
I don't know
radar,
how I
huh?
pointed that out super fast, but I did.
All sorts of circulations, but we don't have that low-level instability yet.
Oh,
There we go. Heard that one.
yeah.
So this is what you call basically a shear boundary. What that means is you have a baroclinic zone. How about that word, Zach?
What that?
Oh, we fired off a fancy word, a baroclinic zone.
Try to spell that.
Yeah. Baroclinic. It's actually not as hard as you might
Oh,
think.
no.
BAROCLYNIC, clinic.
I wouldn't have been able to spell that.
But there's the area of circulations. You look at this, it's all up and down the line. Lincoln did have something kind of that we have to watch, maybe a little bit of a lowering. So we'll watch this closely. Take that camera off the stream. So they're on the right-hand side of the screen. That's where that area would be. Siloam, it's approaching you right now. But remember, there's no warnings on this yet, if there will be. I don't expect that until later on tonight, but there will be some extremely heavy rain. There's a big boom right there. How often does a system like this take place? I would say this is a really large system. I'd say maybe like a few times a year. That's about it. So this kind of big system happens like a few times a year. One storm guy said possible QLCS to the west of Stigler. Are we pretty clear now? Yeah, now you are. Let's see here. I'm looking at the radar in the past. Yeah, I could see why they said possible QLCS. But remember, you still have to get that low-level instability. And it just hasn't arrived yet. It's becoming outflow dominant too. Do you see that? How it's starting to take over? There's all the shear right there. Is this rain going to help the tornado threat a lot less? Potentially, but this type of system has such strong winds that the atmosphere is going to recharge pretty quickly. I bet, Shayla, being surrounded and soaked to the grounds. Bad lightning. Garages can usually lift on roofs. Garages usually cause the lift on roofs. Yep. Because that air gets underneath the garage. Centerton here. Heavy rain. Definitely. Students off campus don't have many options. So this is I want to catch up on it. We're a half hour behind on these comments. We're just going to have to kind of fly through. What if what if staircase in the garage? What about that, Zach? Staircase is in your garage. It's probably not a big enough staircase.
I mean, well, if you're enclosed in some drywall, maybe that's not bad.
Yeah.
It's like a water heater is probably in there.
I don't know. That's weird.
Yeah.
But that's different.
I think it's probably if they're like on a hill or something. Like I've seen people with
Yeah.
staircases in the garage.
If you wear a tornado tie, then you know it mean business. Yep. I wonder what tornado tie it's going to be. I hope it's not the Supercell one. It's 8:25 is early, but yes, can you tell us to go to bed so we can all best sleep better? Honestly, you might be going to bed, but you'll be concerned, and I'll be watching closely. Yeah, Stigler is fine at the moment. In fact, storms already come through Stigler, but there could be additional storms. So, do they cancel school if there's a tornado risk? I don't think so. Not around here. Dan seeing squirrels? Never. Squirrel. I sometimes do that. I'll be in the middle of talking and I'll
I used to call it that too.
just squirrel,
Yeah.
like the movie Up.
Yeah, I do. I tell my friends that.
What weather radio, if any, do you recommend? Do I recall that the Weather Rab has a weather radio? Yeah, we have actually two of them. We have one that was an AlertWorks weather radio that we used to be a big part of, but that company is no more. Whoa, wow, that was a big bolt. Here we go. You're going to hear this. Holy cow, that was a big one. So that was looking to the west. Sorry, I just caught this out of the corner of my eye.
Hear that?
Super one.
And then we have a Midland weather radio. Can you zoom in the small towns in that
908?
yellow patch for tomorrow, please? Yes, we can. However, we're getting ready close to the
Wait, you sure there's cartoons on though?
what?
Not Fox. There's cartoons.
Yeah, we're going on at 9:06 because the football game went a little long.
Oh.
Not sold on that, but if they do happen, they would be in the early morning hours. But we don't have that low-level instability. If you're under a tornado warning, do not try to drive to get to a shelter during the warning. Be
Plan
more
ahead.
dangerous. That's right. Plan ahead. That's why we do all this.
Make sure you're paying attention. If you have to go to a shelter, get there way ahead of time.
Where is the Lincoln video located? So Lincoln is basically on the PG Telco tower, and that is right by one of the churches in Lincoln. I could tell you the exact area. As a matter of fact, here, I'll show you. So if we go to Mega Doppler, and I'll zoom in on this. Wrong mouse. Yeah, move that one over there. So here's Lincoln. And if we put on the WeatherBug network cameras and we take off the radar, see there's that church. This, by the way, is off of Star Avenue and North Street. So it's right on that tower, right in the heart of Lincoln. So there's our PG Telco WeatherBug network camera. So if we put the radar back on, this is the line that's coming in that has all the lightning off to the west. That's what we'll have to watch. See that anywhere along that line, we'll probably have a pretty decent shelf cloud, I imagine. We'll watch and see if it's got it. Now, Zach, I adjusted the Rogers camera. Let's see if it looks any better. What do you think?
A little bit of raindrops on there.
Yeah, but it looks a lot better. You can see it a lot better.
It looks better except for the
You
rain.
got some windshield wipers on those new cameras?
Yeah, go ahead and right click. I want you to do on that. Yep, you're going to move with the other mouse. Right click on the Rogers camera. Go to speed dry and speed dry. Time to shake, rattle, and roll. This doesn't work at all. Yeah, those are just little minor drops right now. It looks like
Still shaking.
shaking and shaking and baking and nothing's happening. So that's a fail.
I didn't know I could do that.
Yeah.
Can we try it again?
No, we're gonna watch this lightning show here. We're gonna watch the lightning show and then we'll bounce back and forth to radar. So tornadoes between midnight to 2 a.m. That's right. That's when the low level instability really returns.
Gotta make it through these. So many
Lightning and
comments.
spring. I know, so many. Any rotation, we're going through that. Northeast of Jay, Oklahoma. How often do these huge systems take place? I'll show you the huge system too on water vapor. It's pretty big. Raphael. That's how long ago it was. Yeah, Raphael will be the next hurricane. Do you know there's a hurricane head towards Louisiana, Zach?
Heard
Yeah.
about some.
XNA is getting hammered. Someone was asking me if they could fly in. I bet you there's delays on those flights. Boy, I would hate to be in a plane right now. Golly. Mountainburg, we got you. We got it, but not much because the camera's pretty slow right now.
My roommate said there was another tornado watch in Durant. Is there?
We're loading it up. A tornado watch or a warning?
Warning is what I meant. She said warning in Durant.
Doesn't look like it. Looks like
She
it's
said she got a Weather Channel alert.
probably Facebook.
It's probably a watch, yeah.
Probably Facebook that's old.
It was a watch. She said it was a watch. I thought she said it was a warning.
Is there a new watch?
When does this go till?
1 a.m. Yep. New watch
1
issued till
a.m.
1 a.m. That's our Cartwright Mountain Weatherbug Network camera. I'm not seeing barely any lightning. It looks like it's a still image. Yeah, definitely not as flashy as this one. You have to set your show, don't you, Zach?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. In the meantime, I'll do this and bring it up on Weather 2. There we go. Oh, Kessler just disconnected. Yeah, we're going to need some Baja Blast. Not the tornado tie. Hasn't happened yet.
You need me to do a
Will the
Baja
Fayetteville
Blast run?
Fizzles save it?
I can go on a Baja Blast run.
Zach Hall is chasing. How about that? Live on YouTube. The man, the myth, the legend, Zach Hall. Maybe we can get him included in the stream. Brian's comments are the best because he likes to have some fun. Who's map savvy can tell me where Northwest Arkansas that enhanced area is impacting. It looks like a quarter of Benton County is in, but I'm not sure. So yeah, we will show. Can you do that, Zach?
Yeah.
Can you bring up that hatched area? We'll zoom in. I'll tell you this, Juliana. The reason I'm not showing that in particular is because this could change tomorrow and become a little more widespread. I hear some college kids. Oh, it is downpouring now.
Yeah.
Let's go to Mount Sequoia Weatherbug Network camera.
Come on.
I can hear it.
Is it really slow?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really heavy downpour. In fact,
Glad my car is under a garage right now.
that's not even moving. All these cameras are super slow.
Why is this so slow? This isn't even loading anything.
It's too much on the radar. There's a ton of stuff.
I'm gonna close down this.
Please go back to breakout so we can see where we are, please. That was an older comment. I'm starting to get close to comment.
Oh, you want the hatched?
Yep. All right, so remember, low-level instability not in place. There's definitely a shear boundary right along the line, and if we did have that 0 to 3 kilometer cape, Zach, it would be trouble. But thankfully we don't. Okay, so remember, even though you might not be in the hatched area, there's a tornado threat everywhere, okay? So I'm going to zoom in and I'll show you where that hatched area is. So Lincoln, yes, in the hatched. Prairie Grove, barely out of it, but that doesn't mean anything. Solemn Springs, Colcord, Decatur is not in it, but is in the medium tornado potential. And then you work your way through Bella Vista, Bentonville. We're zoomed way in so you can see. Centerton. But I don't want you to think just because you're not in that area, like I'm in the brown instead of the yellow. This is the reason I don't like zooming in so much. That doesn't mean that necessarily you can't see tornadoes. Remember, some of the craziest tornadoes we had, like on March 30th, 2022, the Springdale tornado, we were barely in the 2%, where it looked like the worst of the tornadoes would be to the west. So don't just look at those areas Yeah, keep it at red. Okay, now we'll work our way into Washington County. So Odell,
You could
Evansville, Dutch Mills, Natural Dam, pretty close. Uniontown. Then it gets us into the River Valley. But remember, this is going to change. The day one outlook will be updated at midnight tonight, and this will likely change. So it's going to get a little bigger, I personally think, and shift east a little more. How many inches of rain do you think we're going to get? Boy, I think that's going to be over 4 inches in a lot of spots, which will cause some pretty substantial flooding. You know, something we haven't shown you is that we do have that flood watch over the entire area that goes until 6 a.m. or 3 a.m., excuse me, Tuesday morning.
Yeah.
So all these storms will be out of here, but Tuesday morning is when we'll see that potential for flooding to come to an end.
A lot of people are worried about tornadoes, but flooding is the one thing you really need to worry about.
Especially driving in it.
Mm-hmm.
It is typically the deadliest weather thunderstorm phenomenon.
I'm gonna make my show 2 minutes out.
Oh, go. Do it on Weather One. Thunder is intense. Julianne, there's so many comments that are flipping by. It's almost like watching it's like watching my daughter's notifications.
I told my friend who she said you missed your comment. I'm like, don't take it personally. There's so many comments.
There are tons of comments. So what was her comment?
Oh, you already answered it. It was about what are the potentials for tornadoes tomorrow?
Okay.
Because she was kind of getting scared.
Yeah.
But you answered it, and I shouted her out. So
Parents live there saying it's loud. Fayetteville Fizzle, please save. Prairie
Yeah.
Grove is so loud. I know there's a lot of storms.
Fayetteville here is so loud too.
Special weather statement just came out. So Julianne, yeah, we got to that question. We said I'd say typically a few times a year. So a handful of times, not much more than that. Maybe twice or 3 times a year, you get a big system like this. Our power flickered in Centerton. We probably will have some power surges here. Prairie Grove got boom, boom too. Yeah, we saw that actual bolt not too long ago. I love weather call. There you go. People talking about weather call. Weather call is my fave. It helps me get peace of mind to actually sleep. We have weather call and it's been great so far. So these are all these people that
Testimonies. We were going
only
over weather call.
$12 a year that went off when the tornado warning
and
went
we're
through.
way behind
Wow.
on the comments.
We're trying. It's so accurate.
I got you now.
I have red alert, I think, and my husband gets it. The calls I get are just a dial-up sound. So, yeah, don't get red alert. It's $1 a day. That's $350. Brian, that's hilarious. Because I said it was $1 a day. He said he'll do it for $350 instead of $365. Oh, you my boy. Thank you, Jeremiah. All right, we're getting closer.
Yeah. What's the time?
8:47.
8:47. We're 20 minutes behind.
Was $1 a day. That was $1 a day.
$1 a month.
Turd Ferguson. I actually made a comment. $350. A 9-month-old will do it for $175. The next update comes out at midnight or around that for the SPC risk. Man, we have a lot of comments. Are you live on YouTube as well? Yes. Mr. Weather Dan, so you can watch it on that. Stand by. We got our newscast starting. Zach is going to give you a live weather update from the wall along with Casey.
You further. This is Fox 24 News at 9.
A tornado watch has been issued for portions of our area until 1 a.m. Good evening. Thank you for joining us tonight at 9. I'm Casey Smith. That severe weather potential will be in our area tonight and even into tomorrow. So let's go ahead and bring in meteorologist Zach Gilday to time everything out. And Zach, what do we kind of have in store? What can we expect moving forward?
Okay, so yeah, it's been quite the active day so far, and severe weather is back in the forecast for tonight and for once again tomorrow. We can see Heil Heat and Cooling Mega Dopplers showing widespread rain making its way in, seeing some storms. Now, nothing is severe right now, but notice in northwest Arkansas, we're seeing some areas of some pretty heavy rain, widespread lightning, and all this rain will give us that potential for some flash flooding. We have a flood watch in effect through 3 a.m. Tuesday for a good chunk of the forecast area. In that yellow, that is a tornado watch. It does include a good portion of the river valley that is in effect until 1 a.m. tonight. So it could be a late night for us. Here is that future track showing those storms making their way in, and then even into tomorrow morning. Forecast stays active, but I do think the main events for severe weather looks to be tomorrow, which is Monday afternoon into the early evening on the way home from school and work. That could get quite dangerous. Here is that day two here's the day one for tonight. Enhanced risk in the river valley. All hazards are possible. Check out all this rain forecasted, 3 to upwards of 7 inches, maybe even higher for some areas. Here is that main event for Monday. Enhanced risk of severe weather for a good chunk of the forecast area. And breaking that down, we have that hatched area for those tornadoes. That means we could see strong to violent tornadoes tomorrow, with the damaging winds being a main concern. So Casey, we're going to definitely keep a close eye on this. We're live on X, on Facebook, YouTube, and we're going to be staying with you all night as the severe weather looks to be ramping up.
Thanks, Zach. It'll definitely be important to remain weather aware. As he just mentioned, we're live on all the social media platforms, keeping you updated. And another way to remain weather aware is by downloading the Weather Authority app. You can do that by taking out your phone and scanning the QR code that you see there on your screen. Now, if you don't have your phone nearby, that app is available on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store as well. With that heavy rainfall coming our way, obviously, we hope there are no tornadoes, but the silver lining is that it will help with some of the wildfire risk that's in our area. Now, Crawford County, Johnson County, and Boone counties, they've all lifted their burn bans, but the majority of northwest Arkansas and the River Valley, as you can see in that orange and hatched area, are still under burn bans. If it's hatched, it's under a burn ban. If it's orange, it's still a high wildfire risk. So be sure to be diligent and be safe if you're going to be lighting a fire. And with all the leaves that are falling from the recent and future storms, environmentalists are reminding people not to dump leaves in lakes. It can create issues for people nearby those waters and that live the wildlife that live in around those bodies of water, as the decomposing leaves, those steal oxygen from the aquatic creatures that need it to survive.
If you get an area where you've got a lot of decomposition going on, it can drop it down below that level, and then they get in trouble. If you get a widespread area like that, you could have a fish kill.
In addition to harming marine life, the decomposing leaves, that can create a rotten egg smell with some of the sulfur dioxide that gets produced. Now, you can properly get rid of your leaves by turning it into mulch or putting it on a compost pile. And deer season's underway and temperatures are continuing to drop, which means many drivers may have some run-ins on the road with deer. Aaron Bruton works at a repair shop in Springfield, Missouri, and has already seen a spike in the number of cars with deer collision damage. This includes trucks to muscle cars to also SUVs. He's seeing some customers that are paying upwards of $10,000 in repairs.
The best thing you can do is hit your brakes and try to stop. We see really bad scenarios when people try to swerve. When they overcorrect and they end up in ditches and they hit trees and cars flip and bad scenarios happen.
Bruton says to remain alert during the early morning and evening hours, especially when it's even darker out than usual. And you should always be ready behind the wheel to come to a stop at a moment's notice. Fox 24 is your local election headquarters, and tomorrow's the final day for you to vote early. Early voting will be from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. in every single county in northwest Arkansas and the River Valley. Washington County voters, you can head to the county courthouse to cast your vote. Meanwhile, Benton County residents can head to 7 locations
Okay, guys, we're just in the middle of the newscast. We couldn't obviously talk as we were in the middle of it, but Zach just gave his tease, and coming up, he's got his full weather forecast as we'll be winding down all the severe weather potential. Obviously, a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder that's going on. We're hearing the rumbles of thunder, super loud, a lot of lightning from our Posey Mountain Weatherbug Network camera, just lighting up like a Christmas tree, if you will. And then you see off in the distance, you can see that base of the thunderstorm. So, P Ridge, you're okay. Got some lightning, got some thunder, nothing super major. It's quiet now in the fort. That's because that initial line of storms has come through. You have extremely loud pops at your house and then trip the AFC. Wow. Look at that lightning, Zach. You got Posey in your show?
I do.
Okay, good. There's nothing going on here in Ozark. That's about to change as this line comes in. So here's a look at, if we look at Mega Doppler, everything's pretty quiet right now in Ozark. However, you got some thunderstorm activity that's to your southwest, and then you have additional storms that are rolling in. So really, this is kind of transitioning to a heavy rain event. That is until the surface-based instability starts surging north, and then the wind shear that increases. That's when we're going to see that potential for.
That's called ADHD.
I see it. I see it. Yeah, squirrels. Then we have that potential for the tornado threat increasing tonight. Truck driver pulled over in Lono because it's safe to crawl in a sleeper for the night. Yeah, I think you're okay. If you're still up, hopefully. It's been a while since you made that comment, but we're trying to get through the comments. There's so many that are happening right now. I'd say if you do take a snooze in Lone Oak is east of Little Rock, so you're going to be okay. And hopefully you get some shut-eye. I think this is the loudest, most constant thunder I've ever heard in Bella Vista. So here comes Zach with his Fox 20 forecast as he brings you the 411.
Your Weather Authority forecast with meteorologist Zach Gilday. Certified most accurate by Weather Rate.
We've been tracking storms all evening, and now they're finally starting to make their way in, and we can see how heating and cooling mega Doppler on this next slide right here. Definitely starting to ramp up. We're seeing widespread rain and storms across the area. Now, nothing is severe right now, but I want to take your attention to northwest Arkansas. There's Benton County, Washington County, seeing some widespread heavy rain, a whole lot of lightning with this, moving down into the River Valley, seeing a pretty similar picture, a line of strong storms moving through Fort Smith right along Interstate 49. So if you have traveling plans tonight, I would cancel them. You do not want to be out on those roads tonight. Further south, we are seeing some more rain too. So definitely have to watch this line because it has had a history of producing tornadoes. So that's why we are on this line as it comes through. Here's a view. Here's Posey Mountain. It's been lit up like a Christmas tree with lightning over the past couple of minutes. And now I'm showing it. It looks dark. That's usually how it works. But there's a flash. So definitely we're seeing a whole lot of lightning with these storms moving in. Flood watch in effect for the green through 3 a.m. on Tuesday. In that yellow, that is a tornado watch. It includes a good chunk of the River Valley. That's in effect through 1 a.m. tonight. And we can see the day one outlook, enhanced risk of severe weather. Again, that clips the River Valley. All hazards are possible. Again, right now through 2 a.m., tornadoes are going to be a potential for us. We can see that area most likely in that yellow shade. But the whole forecast area, even though it looks like northwest Arkansas is in the low and the very low, they have that potential for a tornado as well. So the whole area has to be on alert tonight. And that wind threat, that is worth noting too. 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts are possible. Those can cause damage as well. Here's a Fayetteville view. Temperature is quite mild. That dew point, notice how it's in the 60s, so it is quite muggy. There is fuel for severe weather. And here is a view. This is a Rogers view. A lot of rain on that lens right there, mid 60s across the area. And here's a big picture. We have a big storm system making its way in, zooming in. Even after this line goes through, we are not yet done with our storms. Check out this feature track showing tonight. Again, I think after 2 a.m., our severe storm threat goes down. Chances for rain will stay in the forecast. But another line of storms comes through with a cold front Monday during the afternoon and evening. And I think that is the main event. So the best chance for severe weather looks to be on Monday. Then we should dry out Monday night before Election Day on Tuesday. Now, here's a model that we look at, the significant tornado parameter. Notice how later on tonight, some of those values, the dynamics that can support rotating storms, it makes its way back in tonight. And then it's kind of a lull, but then it really ramps up on Monday. Check out 4 p.m. That's when we really have to watch out for that tornado potential on Monday. Then it should decrease later on Monday night. Here is that day 2. So this is for tomorrow. Enhanced risk of severe weather for pretty much the whole forecast area. And breaking that down again, tornadoes, hatched area. I do expect that hatched area to move a little further east into our forecast area. The hatched area means we could see strong to violent tornadoes. Again, damaging winds up to 75 miles per hour can't be ruled out. And check this out, the rainfall totals. We've been saying 3 to maybe even upwards of 7. Some miles have even higher than 7 inches in the next 3 days. That can definitely give us flooding issues. So again, flooding is the most deadliest form of severe weather, and that is definitely a big possibility as we go throughout tonight and tomorrow as we see a whole lot of rain. Here's that 7-day real quick. Looks to be staying active. Election day is on Tuesday. That's when we dry out. Wednesday looks mainly sunny, and then we see some active weather returning into the upcoming weekend. So we definitely have to watch this closely, and hope you watch us closely with some more news coming up after this break.
Staying on the 7-day a while. That's good. Zach, that was a jam-packed weather, man.
I know.
Yeah.
That was a lot to get in there.
There was a lot to cover.
Like a big run-on sentence.
It's like
sir.
lifting weights,
Yeah,
man.
you gotta.
You powered through it.
Yeah.
You did a good job.
Yeah,
Nice.
very nice. I'm trying to power through these comments to see if I can get
Nope.
that.
Take it down during the show.
Take down the crawl. Yeah.
Good.
So lightning is starting to be on the decrease. By the way, Whitney Mountain Lodge, the camera's not showing up. I think the lost power, because Robert, I saw this comment from about 20 minutes ago asking, what's that Whitney Mountain Lodge camera looking like? Hail in South Fayetteville. All right. So I'm imagining that's probably pea size. That was, let's see here, back at 8:56.
About
Oh, yeah.
20 minutes ago.
So just a little small pea size hail. Barely shows up, but yeah. Nothing super major. So I was just looking, there's nothing really to show
a
you
lot
on
of
the
people got
radar.
lost power.
Lost power. Power went out, back on, flickering. Instability in the early mornings. It does come back. Show the cape if you could, Zach. I know you couldn't show everything, but we'll bring up that cape. And you can see that low-level instability returning. Lights just flickered in Jane in southwest Missouri, McDonald County. I might take you up on that, Brian. In the middle of a thunderstorm, you can go up there for $850 and clean those cameras. No life insurance policy, though, that we'll be able to provide for you. Approximate timing for the start of the storms tomorrow. So, Zach, you already kind of did that. You just ran through all that.
Yeah.
Great.
Afternoon, evening.
A lot of bowling in the sky. I know, Heather. That's what my parents used to tell me, that God was bowling, and that's why
my
I
parents told
heard-
me angels are bowling.
Angels are bowling. Yeah, well, that works too. Even if that shear line doesn't produce any tornadoes, it could still produce some strong winds. You're right. Wonder how strong those winds were, but that line, you can see how it's just not as strong. Yes, I'm serious. Worst time tomorrow. Expected worst time tomorrow. Worst time is going to be around 4 to 8 o'clock in the evening tomorrow. Maybe a little bit sooner, but 4 to 8 looks like the most likely time.
AWA Makers Market returned to the Washington County Fairgrounds today to show off our area's craftsmanship.
Here's the thunderstorm fuel. So this is what comes back tonight. And you kind of move it in time.
Furniture and other crafts. And McDonald's has been creating
And
strong
you'll
arts
see
and
here
glass
in the
paintings
morning
for
hours
4
that
years
instability
now. This
really
is
starts
our
racing
Northwest
northward.
Arkansas.
Ooh,
Short range.
that's a short range, and that's looking like even more. So more instability means stronger storms. I did. It doesn't look that.
Doesn't look that.
Wyatt Buck, you failed again.
The market also features coffee and food trucks, kid-friendly activities, and even a beer
I
garden for
know.
adults. Marketdale
This
basketball
time change is
almost
killing me.
here as the season
Extra
for both
hour
the
of
men
sleep,
and
my
women get
foot.
underway
Killing
this
you?
week.
Yeah.
Coming up next in your Picture Trail Nation report, hear from head coach Mike Neighbors and more on the season finally being here. Stick with us.
It's a
It's
lot of
not as
instability.
intense as the short range. Short range
No.
has 10 a.m. all the way up here.
Yeah. So it shows you that instability will be greater.
Let's see what the name shows.
Yeah.
Oh, since the KNWA channel went out.
Oh.
That's weak.
Yeah, I don't know if I buy that.
Doesn't really have anything coming in.
The yellow
That
shaded
was-
part on the severe weather thing tomorrow. Could you zoom in on a Prairie Grove? You already saw that. We showed you that earlier.
Look at this coming tonight.
See, this is. I don't like this. We're going to be watching this closely. We're going to keep up to it, but there's that potential for that low level instability to return. We know what happened when it did it on March 30th, 2022. That was the Springdale tornado. This is the type of energy and this type of system that's something that could do that. So there's going to be additional lines of storms. That Whitney Mountain Lodge camera is not coming. Mountainburg had lightning and thunder. Hey, guess what? We're to 9 o'clock.
And we're 28 minutes behind. We're getting
Oh, the NBC feed died.
Mm-hmm.
Did it?
Mhm.
Oh,
That was-
Sunday Night Football?
Yeah, it was only for like maybe 30 seconds to a minute.
Top Golf lost power. Flip on the
Check
flip
it
on
out.
that camera.
Yeah, I put the Rogers camera on. I saw a view that I never see, and I was
We
kind of
wanted
confused.
Roger
There was a
Goldberg.
west view. I
Yeah.
pointed it west, southwest. Yeah.
I was like, hey,
Oh
here's
wow,
a-
shake it.
Right click and go to presets and then do Top Golf all bays. Top Golf wide view.
Oh, I did
That's
it
all right.
always.
Gone.
Yeah.
It is? Oh, sorry, power.
The
There's
Boy.
the emergency
Versus,
light.
like the floodlights.
Yeah.
Oh,
Easy, so the bays lit up.
yeah. So check this out. Downpour.
Good night.
Oh, that is a heavy rain. Look at how it's flooding the Top Golf.
Is this the all bays one?
Yeah, right click and do the wide view. Yep. There you go.
Yeah.
Whoa, look at how heavy those rains are.
You want me to zoom
My
in? Do you want me to
goodness.
zoom any more?
This is what precipitable water of 2 inches does.
Look at the trees.
Yeah, you can. Zoom in on those lights down there.
How do I zoom in? Oh yeah.
Yep. Oh my gosh, look at how heavy that rain is, Zach. That's going to cause, and we get more of that, that's going to cause some substantial flooding.
Yeah.
And
Can already see it puddling.
Look, see, look, you look at Top Golf.
Are y'all worried much about super severe weather around Rogers? Not right
Oh.
now. Oh,
Hey, Katie, keep an eye on iDrive.
yeah.
If you can look at that on weather 2. That's weather 3. So,
does that kind of rain
so hit 2.
enhance the ability or
It should be already
possibility
up.
of just down trees just with the soggy grounds?
Yeah,
I think there
yeah.
was some accidents.
There's got to be
Oh,
on
wait, I
that.
see you're on. I think you might be on 2. So,
Oh, am
Yeah.
I? Yeah, I am on too.
so get out of mine. Yeah, it's right there.
When I lived in Nevada, a microburst
is an
happened after
accident.
every watch and warning expired. Yeah.
There is an accident in Washington County in Springdale.
Okay. So can you check it out? So click on that and click on the camera and then pull that up. And there it is. Doesn't look like anything major. I'll bring that up though. You got it on iDrive, Zach?
Oh, yeah.
So there's the accident. Is it Superman?
I don't know. I can't.
Looks
really
like
see
something
the
minor.
water.
Yeah. A lot of heavy rain though. People need to know. All right. I believe the tornado risk map won't age well. It will
I don't
most
see
likely
anything
change by
else.
tomorrow.
It's just the one.
Who is the new face? I've been on the road since the end of July, so I missed your live streams, unfortunately. So our new face is our weather intern that's been here since the summer, and it's Katie Glanton. So Katie has been
Oh.
helping us out in the weather lab, and this is like your first severe weather event.
Yeah.
But it's not even severe yet, but possibly could later on. So University of Arkansas student,
I'm a senior.
senior, graduating real soon, getting into meteorology, so learning the ropes here behind the scenes. Are there any factors that could prevent the worst of the storms, severe weather from tomorrow happening? Yes. If we get a lot of thunderstorms before the initial line comes in or before that line comes in and cools things off, then there's a chance that things will be lessened. But there's not many factors that will prevent severe weather potential tomorrow. It's just too strong of a system. So any update on the line? So that straight line, let's get to it. And you'll notice how it's weakened. So it's barely there anymore. If we go scroll through and look at Mega Doppler. So here's that line. Notice how it's not as bright greens and bright reds like it was right here. That's because that low level instability is gone. And then look at over time how it weakens. Now it does get parallel with the radar beam, so that could be a little tricky, but I just don't see anything of concern there. So that's good news. The whole line is kind of, it's got some shear, like a shear zone with it. Now this down here will need to be watched by Mansfield and Huntington. I know we had someone on the stream that was talking about that. There's that heavy, heavy rain.
4 in here.
No tornado risk in Rogers tonight, but after midnight, that could increase. Heck to the nah. I do think the enhanced risk is going to shift for tomorrow. Can you show the current power outages? That's a good idea.
Which one? Which one?
No, Prod PC has got it. So
Oh. Yeah. Thought you were talking to me.
Nope.
You're right.
Let me show the current power outages. Yeah, I could do that. Hold on. They're very limited.
Okay. I'll just pitch to you and let you go.
Here's the current power outage map. So 2,169 according to poweroutage.us, only 33 in Washington County, 433 in Crawford County. So pretty limited. But there are a few power outages in Benton County, as we know that those are the floodlights. It looks like the power's back on.
I think the power kind of went back on.
Yeah.
Like the power did come back on because it used to just be the floodlights.
Yeah.
But it's still very raining very.
Zach, let me know when you're coming up here.
About 30 seconds. I'm going to show Mega Doppler.
You want me to do a wide out view?
Yeah, just real, yeah.
Okay.
Real quick, show it.
Stand by here. Zach's going to give you an update. Starting to crank up in Elma. Here's our Elma Weatherbug Network camera. I know, the rain's super heavy. A lot of puddling.
3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Zach, obviously active weather that we got in our system, in our area right now. What can we kind of expect and what's going on?
Starting to get loud. We can hear that lightning or hear that thunder, see that lightning. And behind me, we have that Bentonville Square. You can see that windsock whipping. Here's that Mega Doppler view showing widespread heavy rain across the area, a lot of lightning. Here's Northwest Arkansas. That's Washington County. Heading down south, River Valley, same deal. Along Interstate 49, seeing that corridor of some heavy rain. Now, nothing is severe now, but that could change. Here is Topgolf, powers out. And as we go throughout the night with these winds, with the rain, we could be seeing some power outages. Flood watch from now through 3 a.m. Tuesday. Tornado watch in that yellow through 1 a.m. tonight. But I think tomorrow there is a better chance of tornadoes, of severe weather on Monday during the afternoon and evening. Alert day all day. So on the way home from school and work, we definitely have to be weather aware. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. Download the Your Weather Authority app. Good news is by election day, I think all this activity should be out of here, especially during the afternoon. It should be quiet. Getting cooler Wednesday morning, mid-30s, but this active weather pattern looks to be returning by the end of this week. But I can't stress it enough. Tomorrow, Casey, we have a threat of tornadoes during the afternoon, evening. A lot of people usually out and about during that time frame, so you have to have a plan in place. If your kids are going to be out somewhere, make sure that you have a coordination plan, because these storms, we saw what happened Wednesday nights. They can ramp up real quickly.
That's for sure, and it's important for people to remember the acronym DUCK, things that sort. But we'll still be live on all our social medias. You can catch up with the latest there. Have a great night, everybody.
All right. So that's the Fox 24 News at 9 on this Sunday. So loud in Beaver Lake, says Taylor. That was about 20 minutes ago. Brian, you're trying to sell your services there. I don't blame you, but I wonder if we have any takers. $350 every call. What radar program do you recommend? It depends. If you're on your phone, I personally like Radar Scope. Radar Omega is good too. I'm not as used to using that. Is the KNWA channel back on? Let us know, and I'll get to the comment here in about a half hour. It is. It's back on.
In about,
All
we're
right.
about, we're 30 minutes behind.
Okay, we're getting there. Just joined off Facebook Live. Cool. It's not 10 p.m. yet. I know. 10 p.m. is in about 22 minutes. Is there a big tornado threat in Centerton? So here's the deal. We don't have a tornado threat at the moment. This is how you can scan that QR code, though. Zach, you had that up, huh?
Yeah, well, I showed that during the show, but I was going to show the 10.
That's all right. So nothing really of concern except some heavy rain and some flooding potential in the northwest Arkansas area. We put this into motion. Nothing super major. No wind shear that's of note. And then we work our way south. I think the power came back on at Topgolf too. It looks like it.
Yeah, it does look like it.
And then you look down to the south in the River Valley. This is a little more of an intense line. If there is tornado potential, it would be basically just to the west of Washburn, southeast of Greenwood, not near Fort Chaffee. That's going to be the area that we got to watch, because if you'll notice, this line is a little more intense here. That's some really heavy rain, man, coming down. Man, it's so jerky.
Why is it usually not doing that?
I don't know. Everything is slow.
Gives you a headache watching that.
Yeah. It may be the 1920 by 1080, maybe.
I have the.
But then you got this out here, and notice the additional storms that are popping up, and this is the kind of atmosphere that will lock and load. And look, already thunderstorms that are developing to the west again. This will be our next round of heavy rain potential. That line could be a little more intense because of the surface-based instability coming back. So this is the type of environment that will just recharge itself pretty quick. All right. Should I go to work in Fayetteville tomorrow? I'd definitely go to work, but just be weather aware, remain it. Wicked lightning.
Definitely a lightning show. Oh, Peyton's on there.
Oh, well, those faces look a little different. Yeah. I don't know if you're talking about ours, but for sure. He's saying different from y'all. What is he saying? That's interesting. I'm zooming in on the storms. The only one that I'm concerned with is moving into Franklin County. But that's where he is. He's in the River Valley, and it's a little more intense there. So if there's anywhere that's going to have tornado potential, it is in the River Valley, and this is where that tornado watch is. So this area right here, you can see how that's a balanced UDCZ. A little more balanced. Let's look at the 0 to 3 kilometer shear and see what we have there in terms of, see, it's kind of parallel to the line still, but it is 50 knots. And then we look at the 0 to 3 kilometer cape, and it's starting to nudge on in there. Yeah. Ooh, wow, that really cranks up. Oh my goodness. This is what I was looking at, by the way. This is the 0 to 3 kilometer cape. Right now, it's not really a factor around us, but it cranks up here in about 2 to 3 hours. By 6 hours, it spreads out over all of northwest Arkansas. 7Z. Guess what time that is?
7Z is 1 a.m.
1 a.m. That's
I didn't
right.
even look at what you were adjusting. I was
That's
trying to
right.
calculate in my head.
It's going to be
6Z is midnight.
Turd Ferguson. People dumping leaves into lakes. I miss Arkansas. We're zipping through here. We got to just Posey Mountain. Thank you. For some reason, I thought it was Whitney Mountain. Yeah, Posey Mountain is amazing. Whitney Mountain is still good, but it goes down. Preparing for the Fox News weathercast. Uh-oh, no sound. Oh, yeah, we're on standby.
Yeah, because I was doing the shows.
Yeah, we couldn't talk in the middle of the.
Mm-mm.
What is the tornado risk? Well, I have horses. That's why I'm asking. I'm so worried. So you have to remember that the tornado risk might be there, but remember it's very localized. So we will go through that outline again. But I caution you to remember that even though the outline shows you might not be in it, you might be in it, that's going to change. And storms don't follow those color contours. Remember, this is just the Storm Prediction Center outlining an area, and there can be definitely an error in the location of that. But here is the yellow shaded area. And even though you're in the brown, doesn't mean that you are immune to tornado potential. The whole entire area has a tornado threat tomorrow. And I think that's something that we forget as viewers, that they see the worst of the colors and they think, oh, that's where we're at. But I could tell you multiple times that we've had tornadoes where we haven't barely even been in the colors or we weren't even in the outlined area. Oh, wow. Muted on standby. I'm trying to get through all these, Zach.
I have a few. I have the live stream pulled up my phone to see the updated.
Okay. Just had a serious straight line wind in Rogers. That was 20 minutes ago. So we're going to go through this. Yep. What's the name of the weather app? I scroll up and I can't find it anymore. So it's called Weather Authority. Your Weather Authority app. Look for, I'll show you what it looks like here. If you search, it's not the first one that comes up with Your Weather Authority. Someone decided to spend more money than us in the App Store, I guess. But you type in Your
NWA,
Weather.
Your Weather Authority.
Yeah. So now we're number 2 underneath the Weather Channel. So that's, hey, I'll take that. But if you type in, we'll bring this up full. If you type in Your Weather Authority, it's that one right there.
NWA-Your Weather
Yep,
Authority.
NWA-Your Weather Authority. That's the name of the app. Huntington Mansfield area. You mentioned that. This line just came through. Definitely storming like crazy right now. But there's a Huntington Mansfield area, and that line is already moved out. No tornado potential, but the only thing we do have to watch is this right here. But I still don't think the low-level instability is in. I know. I'm not interrupting the game, by the way. Just doing this on Facebook Live because there's nothing severe right now. Wow, had 2.04 inches of rain. This is the first measurable rain that fell on my house in about 2 months. Now, you did have measurable rain on Halloween morning with the line that came through.
Oh, where's that?
I don't know if it's rotation, to be honest with you. I mean, it looks like it. Yes, there's elongated rotation. There's a shear boundary, but as far as a deep circulation, not really. And that's why you really need to know QLCS tornado potential in order to know like what areas of the line are going to rotate and what kind of ingredients show rotation. Now there might be some turbulence along the line. I can believe that, but nothing necessarily as far as tornado potential. Now it's streaming a lot better.
The camera?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Leave it real quick.
Okay.
I'll show this. Rogers Pinnacle. Now you can see the stream going a lot better. Yeah.
I was zooming out to see where it was.
It zoomed in very close. It's not as pouring as it was before. I saw this. I saw Abigail, Michaela Burton Chapel. I was like, Chapel?
Chapel Road.
It's Chapel Roan watching the stream. She was on Saturday Night Live last night.
She was.
Yeah. Did you
You-
watch it?
Yeah, I watched some of it. It wasn't as good as it. It's not as good as the Domingo sketch.
P Watts over 2 inches. Yeah. Precipitable waters. NATO loves watching rain and storm. So NATO is Peyton's cat.
Yeah.
I couldn't hear. I could hear it. Made me pull up this channel. Okay. Keep going here. So
We got
Benton
you
County
up.
can go to sleep. Can go to sleep for a little bit, but remember there's additional storms that are popping up off to the west, and that low level instability, as we have mentioned, will continue to increase. Now here's the good news. If it starts getting pretty rowdy, then we'll be on here. And then all you got to do is just turn on the stream, and we'll let you know if it's something's coming in. So that's the thing. And have multiple ways to get up, be alerted if you go to sleep. So right now, no tornado risk for Bentonville. And the new risk is going to be coming out here pretty soon. AccuWeather radar is missing reflectivity for most of northwest Arkansas. That's not good. There's going to be training, David. Absolutely training. In fact, we're seeing that already. Training is like a railroad cars on a train track that move over the same area multiple times. So we're already seeing that training occurring. But there is a missing ingredient right now in terms of the tornado potential. And do you know what that is, Katie? I mentioned it several times. Let's see if you know.
Wait, can you ask the question again?
What is missing right now that's preventing these tornadoes from developing?
I feel like I'm gonna get embarrassed if I get it wrong.
No.
Instability?
That's it.
Oh,
You got it.
okay.
Not just any type of instability, but remember the whole paper thing?
Yeah,
where we
yeah.
talk-
Low level instability.
Low level instability. There you go. Right now we're missing it.
I learned that from my meteorology class.
Mhm. Now, instability is defined as warm, moist air underneath cold, dry air aloft.
Mm.
So what that does is if you're in a hot air balloon, then you're essentially, if you're in that hot air balloon and you are warmer than your surrounding air, warm air rises, right?
Yep.
So you will continue to rise. So that's why you want warm air at the surface and cold air aloft.
Yeah.
Because if you're really warm and you go up, it will continue to be warmer than its environment until you get to the top
Yeah.
of the troposphere,
Mhm.
which is where your thunderstorm anvils take place.
Has to be warmer than its environment to rise.
That's
Right.
right. That's right.
Mhm.
And what we can do is I can show you these anvils of these storms. All we got to do is we got to look at it in 3 dimensions, and then we can actually look at the anvils of the storms. So right there, essentially, go ahead and flip on weather 1 for that far left monitor. Hit the number 1 button.
This one here?
Yeah, that one there.
I just said I don't think there's a
Not
monitor.
the super far left one, the one in the middle.
The one that's second to far left.
Yeah, let me bring this up and I'll show you what I mean here. So that basically the equilibrium level is where these thunderstorms start to anvil. So if I go here and go down there, right there are your thunderstorm anvils. See that? So that right there is the top of the troposphere, and that's where those clouds are spreading out because it's not warmer than its environment anymore. It can't rise anymore. So that's why you have the anvils of the storms right there. If we look at the other parts of the storm, it's not super strong. Remember, some of these other supercells that we have are like huge. These are not super big. So that's why you don't have the hail potential as much. Yes, lightning because we got cold air aloft, but we don't have that hail potential. Guess what? We're getting caught up almost. What is the $12 a year app called again? Weather Call Next Gen. Let me show you here real quick for those that want to see real fast. So I'm going to bring up a different source. SPC, drag that up here. There we go. Okay. So this is Weather Call Next Gen right here, and it's on our website. So if you go to, I'll show you exactly where to go. You go to knwa.com. That's our website. And you're going to go to weather, the weather tab, and you're going to see Weather Call right here at the bottom middle. You can do it on your app too, but you click on that. Yeah, Zach, be watching that line in the river valley. It's got a little more balance, but it's not quite there yet. But there is something in eastern Sebastian County that we got to watch. But what this does is, as you can see, it provides lightning. It will send you an email. It'll call landline phones. $12 per year. It'll give you this notification. It has a Find Me feature. In fact, we can. Let me see here real quick. I'm going to go back and I'm going to bring this up and show you. So I'm going to remove this. We're going to stop the stream. I'm going to share this. We're going to go to a Chrome tab. And we're going to share the audio on this so you guys can hear it.
When dark clouds gather and severe weather threatens, you've come to depend on Weather Call Next Gen. You get a phone call, text, and email, and instantly you see where the threat is 24/7, day or night. But did you know you can have this same blanket of safety when you're not at home with the Find Me feature? Here's how it works. Let's say you've left home and plan to be away for a few hours or days. Log into your account and select the Find Me button. Then activate the service by clicking the Activate button. In seconds, Weather Call Next Gen determines your current location. Now, click the Accept Temporary Location button. You'll see a confirmation message and receive a text. Weather Call Next Gen will now monitor this temporary location for 5 days. After that, monitoring reverts to your permanent location. Notice on your main menu, you'll see that temporary monitoring is turned on. If you move again, you'll need to have Weather Call Next Gen find you to monitor where you are now by selecting the Set New Location button. If you want to revert to monitoring to your permanent location, select the Cancel Find Me service. With Weather Call Next Gen, you're always covered wherever you are. Contact us if you have questions or need assistance.
So there you go. That's something really helpful, especially if you're out in the middle of nowhere. And for instance, like your friend that was driving,
Yeah.
you know, someone that, so that's the app right there, Weather Call Next Gen. And you can get that by going to that website. And then you scroll down here and you can see it right here. If you're already a Weather Call subscriber, if you're new to it, you just all you do is you just register. That's it. Simple, easy peasy. And some of the other stuff it does, you get different credits, but products. So this is how it works. We'll show you this.
Extreme weather doesn't wait, and neither should you. Sure, you have a favorite app or use a weather radio, so why should you use Weather Call Next Gen instead? Because when seconds count, generic alerts aren't enough. Most other apps, weather radios, and sirens alert you when there's a threat anywhere in the county. Next Gen notifies you only when your specific location is in a National Weather Service warning. Only Weather Call Next Gen calls you and others when you're under a tornado warning or if hurricane force winds and golf ball size hail are happening. And when the Weather Service confirms a tornado is present, you get a second call. It's a safety advantage you can't get anywhere else. Weather Call Next Gen always monitors your registered location, but you can change it anytime with the Find Me feature, so you're always covered wherever you are. Don't settle for less. For only $12 a year, get Weather Call Next Gen now and stay ahead of the storm.
The best way to show you is by using basically a website and seeing their promotion video. That's the best way to do it, so you can see exactly what we're looking at. But there's that line of storms. We've still got that brought up. A lot going on here. All right, we'll continue to go through. Is it safe for Fayetteville to go to sleep? There are additional storms that are starting to pop up, Zach. How's that low-level instability looking here? Remember, that's that tornado risk for tomorrow. We're getting close to our 10 o'clock news. What time is that? Oh, it's after. That's after the. Okay. Did you see the updated NATO cast? NATO cast. Yeah, you know what? I haven't. Because I've been on here trying to answer all the comments. But let's take a look at the latest NATO cast. Oh, man. Yeah, Zach.
For tomorrow?
That's for tomorrow.
What about for tonight?
You can look at it. But here. Okay. Here's the latest tornado cast. So that we can't zoom in on this without and put counties on there. Maybe we can get a KML for this. What do you think? Oh, that's not going to work. That automatically sizes. That hatched area, chance for significant tornadoes, EF2 plus. Also, that's a 15 and 30%, Zach. And that's over northwest Arkansas and southwest Missouri. We're basically right in the bullseye of this thing. Yeah. If you want to look, let's look at the other one here. So here is, yeah, some of those are fake. I'm going to click on this. Let's see what the other ones say for tonight. Here's for tonight. So that spreads out over our area overnight tonight, Zach.
Yeah, and the instability is definitely working its way back in.
It's working its way back northward as that low-level jet
Yeah.
cranks up.
Right now, there's pretty much no instability, but
This
2
is
hours.
so. This is what it was earlier, the NATO cast, and now NATO cast has bumped up all the way to this at 18Z, and then this is for tomorrow.
I agree with Peyton. Sheesh.
Yeah, sheesh. Wow. Okay. Yep. There it is. There's your updated NATO cast. You know, that NATO cast isn't bad. Number one, it did really well with the event in
Yeah.
Oklahoma last
Yeah.
night.
There has been something going on with Fort Smith radar.
Yeah. But it's fine now because we're 4Z. Yeah, it's updating. Is it not?
On GR2, Peyton's been in here commenting on WS chat.
Depends what radar source he has. What's his radar source?
Well, I think on radar scope it wasn't updating.
Okay. This seems to be updating, but hold on. Stand by. I'm going to look at our radar and see if it's dramatically different. Yeah, there's 10 p.m. There's not much of a difference there. Let's show you what we're looking at. So here's the radar for WSI, Zach. And then here's Mega Doppler. There's not much of a difference. I don't have it brought up on there, but you can see the watch. It's working because it's got 0Z, or it's got 4Z, which is, by the way, 10 o'clock now.
Yeah.
So it's on. It's working.
Can't believe it's already 10 o'clock.
Love the tie. Thank you so much, Logan. It's very fitting for all the lightning that we're seeing. We could go moderate tomorrow. I think we do. If there are no storms during the late morning and everything kind of lifts northward and we have a big break and we have the potential to really become unstable, I think a moderate will be issued, and that's going to be done at 16:30Z, Zach.
Yeah.
Which would be 10:30 our time. Hey, yeah. Radar scope, radar omega. WSV3 is good. GR analyst is good. It's safe to go. Storming in Huntington now. It's the dude that raps the news sometimes. So, yes, it's just heavy thunderstorms now, Taylor. But after midnight, that instability works its way back. That's going to lead to the potential for some tornado possibilities. Zach's live feed on YouTube is insane to watch. I know he's live. He's actually chasing. I don't think we have any chasers right now. I know, Kylie. It's the longest day too for me, especially since I can barely keep my eyes open.
You got here at 5 a.m., didn't you?
My husband does your yard. Thank you so much. And it looks not too bad. For a while there, our system wasn't working. Our irrigation system wasn't working. What's this? Rick. Someone just said, he just said Rick.
And Mike.
What?
He said, Peyton said Rick and Mike.
And Mike. Rick and Mike.
I
It's like Mike and Mike.
was going to say it's like Mike and Ike.
Yeah. Oh, near Joplin and Carthage, you got nothing to worry about there. So I will switch radars real quick for you as we look at the radar in Springfield. Rogers Street's got full quick. I know, that's some heavy rain. So we're loading up the radar here. Once it's done loading up, I'll show you. You have that line of storms coming through, and then I think that's about it. So Joplin, Carthage, you have some light to moderate steady rainfall, but that line of storm's already coming through. And I think, honestly, the worst of the flooding is going to be south of you. Yep, sound alerts. That's a good idea. The interior room on the second floor better than garage because of a townhome. Garage is not a good place, but if you can get to that first floor, that's the best thing. What does this chart mean, the mesoanalysis? So it's a great question. What it is it's a way for meteorologists to look at the computer model forecast hourly, determine some really advanced conditions that we look at as meteorologists to determine whether there will be severe weather, tornadoes, hail, strong winds. But in order to do that, we got to kind of break it down for you and put it in layman's terms, if you will. So that's why we got to look at it so we know what it looks like. And there's different ingredients and different things that come together that bring that potential. What was the previous November 4th setup? You know, remind me to get to that because I want to get caught up on the comments and then we'll jump to that, Drew, because I do want to look at that. November 4th, 2022 is pretty tremendous. What do you do if you're on a third floor of an apartment complex? No shelter. There's a stairwell on the outside of the buildings and a breezeway on each floor. So you got to get to know your neighbor on the bottom floor and get to that interior room. If you don't have a great place to go, sometimes apartments have shelters that you can go to, but that's the best thing you can do is get to that lowest level. If you don't have a lowest level, know your neighbor down there. Try to figure that out. It's not on the screen. We got that. Can we see the low level instability with the timing out west with the storms coming in? Yes, we'll do that. Let me just get caught up on some of these comments. QLCS, quasi-linear convective system. Newscast is up there. Yep, I just saw that. Yeah, no kidding. That would be pretty funny. Feels like an Eddie Rabbit kind of night. You know why? Zach?
I don't get the comment.
Because you love the rainy nights.
Oh, is he a singer?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Instability. Instability. When the weather is off its meds. Yeah, no kidding. This system is definitely big. Lightning and thunder is really starting to pop off in Eureka. Yeah, that's where the line is coming through right now. No power in Centerton. That was just about 10 minutes ago. We're getting almost caught up. New NATO cast is insane. People know about that. We showed it. Is there a new line developing and will it hit Northwest Arkansas? So we got to get back to that radar. I'm going to switch it over to INX in the meantime. My entire household is asleep, so I'm awake by myself trying to work on homework to distract me. Yes, Emerald Richard, the more the merrier. I got 2 pizzas from Harps. Man. Zach, what do you think about pizza?
Don't eat it.
This guy doesn't eat anything but meat and rice. Red meat and rice.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. My May gave me severe PTSD. I get that. New mesoscale discussion. All right, so we're getting close to 10 o'clock now. SPC mesoscale discussion. There it is. Isolated severe storms occur on the warm front. So let's pop that out.
Gabby was here to record it, and she did other keys.
Hey, Zach, are you going to talk about that hurricane?
I think I have time.
What's it going to be again? The name?
Raphael.
Raphael. That's right.
Or yeah,
Raphael.
I guess I could.
Raphael.
Raphael. It's going to bring us heavy rain potentially. It's not a system yet, but click on it and look at the way it's headed.
They're apparently watching this in the newsroom.
Yeah. All right. So here's what we got. Check this out. We're going to show you this. This is the mesoscale discussion that someone just mentioned. This is mesoscale discussion 2199 concerning Tornado Watch 703. You can see the area that's highlighted under that. And they're saying isolated severe storms may occur along the warm front. Isolated severe storms may remain possible near the warm front, but the overall risk has decreased compared to earlier this evening. However, trends will need to be monitored for changes in storm mode and structure. So it says a line of storms mostly elevated because the 0 through 3 kilometer surface-based instability is non-existent, outpacing the warm front to the south. Recently, observations indicate the front is making northward progress, so that's what Zach was talking about. In addition, radar shows new development. A rather tight temperature gradient still exists north of the boundary, suggesting a limited region for storms to produce tornadoes. However, this is also supporting lift and additional cells may regenerate over the next several hours. Given effective 0 to 1 kilometer storm relativisticity, and brief tornado will be possible. So there you go. That's that warm front lifting northward. Now that warm front comes north throughout the day tomorrow, doesn't it, Zach?
Yeah.
Big time. So there's that mesoscale discussion. Dang, Swag, you don't like us? Ever since May and October 2019, I can't sleep, breathe anything. No, SRX is not down on Mega Doppler. That's what you were saying in Slack. I see that. I'm scared for tomorrow. Any public tornado shelters? You know, there is a site, I think I have it here, that someone created. Name is Chris Reese. And I'm pretty sure I have it. I'm looking for it here. Pardon me, I'm yawning. Well, let's see here.
I'd be surprised if you weren't yawning.
I know. Let me see. See if I can find this. Public tornado shelters. I'm looking for this here. This guy does a bunch of stuff. He's pretty cool. Nope, not that. I used to have this linked. I don't know where it is. Is this it? There it is. Now remember, I'm not telling you to travel all over the place for storms if you're under a warning. But this is the website here, findyourtornadoshelter.com. I'll take you through that and show you. There's not as many in Northwest Arkansas as there is in the River Valley. River Valley has a little bit more. So let me load this up. And let me bring this over here to this page. Okay, so here you go. And go. All right, here's the public tornado shelter site. And if we go and zoom in on Northwest Arkansas, you'll notice Pea Ridge has one. There's the capacity, open during school hours, other times may change. There's Decatur, has one at the school, which was used, by the way, on May 26th. Huntsville has one. Greenland has one.
Closest one to Fayetteville would be Greenland.
Yep. Prairie Grove has one. So limited to school staff during school hours. So you never know if they'll be open or not. And then here is Evansville has one, Washington County, Evansville Comm Center. But then look at the River Valley, a whole lot more tornado shelters that are used with the schools. So you can find your tornado shelter looking at that site. And then the different colors, I forget what they represent. I think it's just, I don't remember what the colors mean. But anyways, there's your public tornado shelter. Lavaca's got one. We got Kibler's got one. Look at all the ones in the River
Oh my
Valley.
gosh, there's so many.
It's so many. And it's just something that they have a lot more. So anyways, there's your public tornado shelters. All right, back to the stream. Alma. Yeah, Alma's got several. The school, Crawford County, Alma High School has one. There's Alma Primary School. They have one. And then Alma North, the intermediate school.
Increasing. 70s to our south.
I'm not sold that the tornado risk is over. So that's why I know you're saying, which one is it? Is it or is it not? Well, it isn't now, but it could be later as that instability increases. So let me go back here.
Rain's going down in Rogers.
Oh yeah. I haven't wrapped in a long time, but yeah, I did about 3 weather wraps. I used to have a lot of fun doing that. Need to do it again, but it's kind of tough. What? Really? With Rick and Mike? That's not good. That's old.
Check out that view.
That's soggy. St. Paul? Oh yeah, St. Paul's getting the major line right now, just to let you know. So it's rocking and rolling in St. Paul. Let me zoom in here. In fact, you're right on the line right now.
Go home, Dan. Get
Yeah.
some sleep.
I can't. Believe in Heaven 24. I need to, though. Timing for tomorrow's event is afternoon into the early evening. So it's going to be mainly around like 4 or 5 o'clock. We'll look at the latest models and see what it's looking like. Lincoln's okay right now. Who's my favorite producer? Yeah, that'd be Dylan Corey right there, man. Love me some Dylan.
Hey, we're catching up.
Eva always cuts my chat, so she's not my favorite. I'm just kidding.
Eva watching?
I don't know. No, I don't know if she is, but Dylan was.
I know people in
But
the newsroom are watching.
Dylan, Eva, I'm just messing. Appreciate you too. Findyourtornadoshelter.com. There it is. It's down on radar scope. Still is down. Okay, so hey, we're almost caught up.
I know.
We're only a few minutes away from getting caught up. I'll be home all day. Toddlers, 3 years old, under possibility. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. You know, the hatched area is stressing you out, but you know, I've seen the hatched area. I chased and barely saw a tornado. So it's like you just never know. Can Dan answer questions on YouTube? Yeah. Go to bed, but then keep asking questions. Hey, Dan, it's Frankie. I work at McDonald's. I get off work tomorrow at 1 p.m. Will I be okay to make it home? Yes. But don't eat a quarter pounder. I think they took those off the map anyways.
Well, I mean, it didn't affect Arkansas.
Dan Raps, what? Yeah, you have to watch it. Look up Friday Night Weather Rap. I hear Casey laughing. Yeah. The good old days, man. MC Cumulus. Get some rest. I can't yet, David. We can't get some rest. I'll go home and these storms will flare up.
Usually how it works.
Yeah. Hey, we're caught up. Okay. Since we're caught up, we're going to do two things. Number one, I'm going to show you that low level instability increasing, why we can't go to bed as we look at the latest. So we're going to look at the meso analysis. I'm going to refresh this. And someone was asking, what's the meso analysis? This is what meteorologists look at in order to determine small scale features as well as conditions. So if we look at the thermodynamics, there is reload this. Surface-based instability is not returning, although it's starting to exactly where those storms are in the river valley in LaFleur County. If we put this in motion, look at over time how that instability returns north as well as the storm. So that is something that we have to watch. If we look at the wind shear, 0 to 1 kilometer storm relativisticity, it is absolutely off the charts to our north where that line is coming through. But remember, there's not the 0 to 3 kilometer cape. So that low level instability doesn't exist. So you can't get those updrafts to pull and tilt and stretch that instability into mesovortices. But if we go to the significant tornado parameter, non-existent. If we go to the significant tornado parameter using the effective layer, you'll see that it shows up to our south, but watch over time. That's going to start lifting northward, which makes sense. And then the energy really starts to swing in. We look at the SIG-TOR parameter. It's still down to the south. The violent tornado parameter probably won't be there, but look, it's starting to show up to the south in north central Texas. So that's where that instability will surge northward for tomorrow. Real quick look at the QLCS tornado potential. Notice how we're not in those red shaded contours. So this is 50 and 25 for the Cape. So we have 0 to 3 kilometer Cape at 0. No instability. But over time, watch what happens. That trends northward. All the models are showing this. Ooh, over 100 Cape. So what that means is if we look at this, go back to the radar here, these storms out west will probably have a little more instability to work with. So therefore, they may be even more intense than this line that came through originally. These storms right here, nothing really major, but boy, is that some heavy rain that's coming in again. So we're going to get another chance of heavy rain.
Do you want me to try to shake off this camera?
It's not going to work. Going back to the meso analysis now. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to keep Mega Doppler up so you can see that. So we're going back to meso analysis. If we go over time, watch this instability start to return. We already talked about that. Now we got to talk about QLCS tornado potential. We're at 50 knots at 0 to 3 kilometer. That is pretty strong. If we look at this, again, there's the theta E that's starting to increase. So that shows you the amount of basically It's basically the unstable air that's coming in. And I think that's about it. But 0 to 3 kilometers storm relative velocity. Good night, Zach. Look at how high it is. It's like 600, 700. So this is a type of environment that could really rapidly develop tornadoes if things come together. That's why we can't go to bed. And look at the heavy rain potential. My goodness, that's some super heavy rain.
Yeah.
Moisture transport. All these ingredients, all these things show the potential for some extremely heavy rain. Golly, look at the precipitation potential. We have to have a meso. I wonder if we have a meso scale discussion. Oh, yeah. Look at this, Zach. This was issued at 7 o'clock. It's a mesoscale precipitation discussion.
Yeah.
Heavy rain totals 2.5 with local 5 inches are expected over the time frame. So they talk about all this stuff.
Can you put our severe weather logo in weather 2?
Oh yeah. Are you gonna be at the lab?
I'm gonna be at Pig Trail.
Oh, okay. Look at you. I can. Oh, I'm starting to hear rumbles of thunder again. So there's that. Real quick, the mesoscale precipitation discussion that basically shows hourly rain totals, 2.5-inch rainfall rates per hour, Zach.
That's a lot.
Yep. And we have this line that's coming in to our west.
It looked like it was dying out, and now it's ramping back up again.
Yeah, that's the type of energy that we got. Zach, before I do that with weather 2, I do want to, I've never done this tonight on the stream. People have to see this. I'm going to show you the water vapor, and then I'll switch to that severe weather mode. But you got to see this water vapor showing the amount of energy that's swinging in. It is intense.
I'll start with the Pig Trail showing that.
What, the water vapor?
I guess. I mean, I could. Or
I'll start with the severe. I'll show the severe if you want.
no, I mean like in weather 1.
Oh, okay.
Because weather 2 is going to be in Ox 7, weather 1 in Ox 6.
Yeah. All right. So here's weather 2. This is the vorticity that's coming in. Look at this thing. My goodness. And then you can still see that energy to the southwest. This trough is digging all the way down to Mexico. Okay. So someone said, what's the difference between this and the November 4th, 2022 severe weather event? So let's show you. This is a bad day. This became a moderate, by the way. Oh, come on. What's going on here? Let me reload that. Okay. This is the November 4th, 2022, but for some reason it's not loading all the bars on the side. So let's try this again. Severe thunderstorm events.
Nope.
Uh-oh. I guess other people are trying to do it too.
Good now.
Retrieve events, November 4th. Oh, come on. There we go. We're back in business. Okay, so look at the upper level trough. Big, huge upper level trough digging all the way down into Mexico. Storms that evening came in during the afternoon, just like what we have November 4th tomorrow. If we look at the 500 millibar winds, huge trough of low pressure, a lot of energy swinging in. 700 millibar winds, very rich moisture, exactly what we got here. 850 winds, and then there's the 925. So everything is basically showing up. This was the risk, which was an enhanced. Then it became moderate at 1630. This time, though, I think this risk is going to be a little bit farther north. So if we go to the OBS and meso analysis, and we can look at this, let's look at the Cape. So we're going to look at the night before. and the Cape wasn't in place, but then look at how it races northward throughout the day. Kind of like what we're going to see tomorrow. So there's that low level instability that's cranking up. If we look at this, this will show you the wind shear. So this is the wind shear that started to crank up during the afternoon. Look at that, over 300, 400. And so that's that energy that was moving
Did we
in.
get any tornadoes that day?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why I don't remember that.
Look at here's the vorticity coming in, and this is the jet. So you can really see the way that jet long scale trough. Okay. So don't tell
Not
me
quite
that.
as deep as this trough.
Yeah, not quite as deep. This one's even deeper. What we mean by that is it's digging farther south. Let me bring that back up here. Okay, I did have it on there. Now I'm going to show you this on weather 2, bringing this up. So there's the big trough of low pressure. We come back to here and we look at, sometimes this is hard to do with only one monitor. I'm going to show you the jet stream, and you're going to see a long wave trough, just like what we had that day. Zach, you have it in here? Oh, yeah. So here's a look at the long wave trough. Look at that. Almost identical. 7 p.m. So let's go back here. We'll bounce back and forth real fast. So there's the trough. There's the trough. Pretty darn similar. What do you think?
Yeah, a little bit similar.
Very similar. And Katie was asking about if there were tornadoes that day. Well, check it out. This is the reports. 67 tornado reports.
Wow. I don't know
And
why I don't remember that. I lived
including
here.
McCurtain County was a fatal. Red River, Texas was a fatal. Morris, Texas was a fatal. Pickens was fatal. And so was Morris, Texas, Red River, and then you're going to see
45
Idabel.
out.
Okay.
Keep it weather severe.
Yep, I sure can.
Radar tour. 30.
All right, so stand by here. Radar tour. Okay. We go here. We're going to go to PCR here in a second. Oh, do you not have the? Yeah, we got the severe. Is this what you want, Zach? Okay, radar tour. All right, stand by. Stand by to the newscast. We got more stuff. And go.
Proudly covering the Northwest Arkansas community. This is KNWA News at 10.
Tornado watch has been issued for portions of our coverage area until 1 a.m. Good evening and thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Casey Smith. That severe weather potential will be in our area tonight, overnight, and into tomorrow. So let's go ahead and bring in meteorologist Zach Gilday to time everything out. And Zach, what do we have in store?
Okay, so yeah, tracking
Your
storms.
forecast sponsored by Stanley Seamer.
Okay, so yeah, tracking storms on this Sunday evening. We're seeing widespread rain and storms. We can see Mega Doppler right here on my right. Definitely seeing that activity ramping up. Here's Northwest Arkansas. That is Washington County, seeing a heavy line of storms making its way through. Now, right now, nothing is severe, but as we go throughout the evening and tonight, the instability, that's going to start to increase. So we could see some potential for severe weather tonight, and that heavy rain could lead to flash flooding. We have a flood watch in that green from now until 3 a.m. on Tuesday. And that yellow, that is a tornado watch. It includes a lot of the River Valley. That is for tonight until 1 o'clock in the morning. And I do think tomorrow there will be a better chance of those tornadoes. Now, tonight, forecast stays active. Here's Monday. I do expect a stronger line of storms to move through Monday afternoon and evening. So that time frame looks to be right around that commute home from school and work. So definitely be weather aware tomorrow. Here is that risk for tonight being clipped by that enhanced risk. And check out all these rainfall total amounts, 3 to 7 inches plus over the next couple of days can definitely produce flash flooding. And here is that risk for tomorrow. Pretty much the whole forecast area has an enhanced risk of severe weather. And Casey, I wouldn't be surprised if they upgraded that to a moderate. So tomorrow, we definitely have to be weather aware as we go throughout the afternoon and evening.
That's for sure, Zach, especially with a lot of the severe weather potential that we have coming into our area. We'll check back in with you in just a bit. But in the meantime, everyone pull out your phones, and you got to be sure to download the Weather Authority app. If you scan the QR code that you see on your screen, and if you don't have your phone nearby at this moment, the app is always available on the Apple app and Google Play stores for downloading to remain weather aware, as Zach just mentioned. Now, with that heavy rainfall that's coming our way, obviously, we hope there's no tornadoes in that, but the silver lining is that it will kind of help keep some of the wildfire risk from coming our way. Now, Crawford, Johnson, and Boone counties have all lifted their burn bans, but the majority of northwest Arkansas and the River Valley, as you can see in orange right there, still have them in place. The entire area is still under a high wildfire risk. With the leaves
Tease is coming up here real soon, so we're able to get back into the newscast. We're into a package right now, a story in the newscast. Obviously can't talk. Casey's right there. We're like literally right next to him, so we can't talk very loud or it'll pick up on the microphone. So that's why we got to be quiet during the newscast. But flash flood warning has been issued for LaFleur County, as well as let's see, Haskell, Latimer, and Pittsburgh County in eastern Oklahoma. And that goes until 2 a.m. So you saw that on the screen right here. Zach's going to have a live update. He's going to give you all the latest in his weather forecast. Is that the wall? The tees? What would you like in there? What, that flood warning?
This is good.
All right. Sounds like a plan. All right. So stand by is coming up soon. Yeah, some of that music might be a little chill, just let you soothe, put you to sleep. How do we believe for what do we believe for the tornado cast tomorrow? It's not bad, and it's a strong system. And I know you guys are thinking, oh, you're probably blowing it out of proportion. I'm just saying what I'm telling it like it is. I'm not saying there will for sure be a tornado, but the conditions are there. But there's our
Despite the rain that we had earlier
things
today,
have to
the
come
state of
together
Washington
for it.
County Fairgrounds
All right, stand by
provided local
here.
shelter for the
Jeez.
NWA makers. Could go on as planned. We'll have more on that coming up in just a bit. Arkansas basketball season is almost here as both the men and women teams get underway this week. Coming up next in your Pig Trail Nation report, hear from head coach Mike Neighbors and more on the season finally being arrived.
Severe storms are back in the forecast for tonight and especially on Monday. Hot off the press, we have a flash flood warning that does affect portions of LaFleur County. So keep that in mind as we go throughout the evening tonight. That flash flooding will be a factor, and that yellow, that is a tornado watch from now through 1 a.m. I'm going to time out this active forecast coming up in that full weather.
Closed captioning brought to you by Landers Toyota NWA in Rogers, where character and reputation still make a difference.
With sports next? Yeah. Okay. Oh, so 10:40. We're about 1 hour and 20 minutes away, perhaps maybe a little earlier, from the newest day one outlook. I don't think there's going to be much of a change just because there's a lot of uncertainty with where storms are going to be located. What is going to be the initial conditions for the storms? Are there going to be a lot of them in the morning into the afternoon? Those risks typically don't get updated. Now, it might shift east a little bit. But, yeah, I don't know. When are we going to be sleeping tomorrow, Zach? Never?
Just stay up.
Sleep is for the weak. Better wear the tornado tie tomorrow. Have that hook echo tie ready. I know, Michael.
Should have worn
Exactly.
my thunderstorm earrings.
Yeah, well, yeah, you need to. Yeah. We've talked about this, Rayleigh, and we're 3 hours into the stream. So clearly you're like, I'm not going to watch the whole thing. But if you live in a second top floor apartment and there's a tornado warning, the bathtub in the middle is basically a last resort. If you can, get under the underground. If you can't do that, you want to get to your lowest floor of the apartment. Know your neighbor. The first floor of the apartments are the best because the top floors are the ones that are going to get the most damage. Springdale, yeah. There's a limited siren system because the terrain in Washington County makes it difficult for that sound to travel far. So I am the weak. I need sleep. Don't know how you guys do it. No, I know. I need sleep too. My gosh.
I'm certain I'm not. I wasn't awake as long as y'all are. I'm trying to fall asleep.
Yeah, I'm so tired. So school will be safe tomorrow because the storms are coming in a little bit later. In fact, well, there you go. That's perfect. Are those as good as underground one? Yes. EF5 above ground shelters have been tested, tried, and true in a tornado, and they're very safe. Boy, we're about to see some more thunderstorms rolling in. Zach, you got a Lincoln? I'm going to take Lincoln and point it southwest.
Yeah.
Lightning is really popping in Fort Smith. Boy, it sure is. Look
I
at
was
this.
trying to see some from Waldron, but I guess that's too far away. Fort Smith camera.
Yep. There it is right there. And that's pointed northwest.
You can't really see.
You think
much.
Waldron's too far?
You can't see much.
Did you go northwest?
Yeah.
Here, let me go to
Oh, there's some lightning.
yeah. Which one was I going to go off of now?
Lincoln?
Oh, Lincoln Southwest.
Yeah. Yeah, I was looking for a camera to just show.
Do Lincoln Southwest. Oh my goodness, look at how fast those clouds are moving. Oh, wow. That is one heck of a... That's not a very smooth image. Something's going on, Zach.
Should we restart?
Yeah, we're going to have to before.
Should we restart everything for tomorrow?
Yeah, maybe even before tonight,
Yeah.
honestly. Oh, there's some lightning. Yeah, there's your lightning from Fort Smith.
It looks like it's a frozen image.
Reboot it all. I know.
Sure,
It's
all
not. Look at the clouds. You can see them moving at the
Yeah.
very middle, but it's not very smooth. I think there's so many people on the internet that it's just slowing everything down. Where do we hail from? That's a good question. We're in Northwest Arkansas. So
That's funny.
if you, we're literally playing a video game almost, like watching these storms is like a game. But we are in the Fayetteville area. So I live in Fayetteville. Zach lives in Fayetteville. Katie lives in Fayetteville. My family lives in Fayetteville, but it is literally in Northwest Arkansas. So if I zoom out, this is Little Rock to give you an idea where we're at. Here's Oklahoma City. We're kind of sandwiched in between the two. Fort Smith, Fayetteville, I-49. This is Northwest Arkansas in the River Valley and in Arkansas, Northwest Arkansas. So that's where we're at.
I'm trying to reboot me on Fortnite.
Sometimes you got to reboot, man. You just need a good old-fashioned reboot. Fortnite. Do people play that a lot more anymore?
I go to bed and leave on Facebook Live, makes for some interesting dreams while going in and sleep. I do that too. I actually do that too.
Yeah.
And I'm not here. Okay, Kylie.
Seminole, Oklahoma. Oh boy. You know the song Seminole Wind, right? Country song.
Nah.
Remember Richard? Richard
I'm a-
Evans. I wonder how Richard Evans is. Puffy clouds. There's a lot of puffy clouds out there, but Richard Evans, let me tell you something. He knows all about Seminole Wind. Can sing it really good too.
Yeah, this is a good
You know that song, don't you? Blow, blow, Seminole Wind. Right, Casey? Blow like you're never gonna blow again.
I don't know. Sound pretty good.
I'm coming to you like a long lost friend.
Someone asked right here.
And I know
I
who
just didn't know the
you
answer to that
are.
question. What makes a bathtub so safe?
So bathtubs typically are in interior parts of the house. So there's usually bathrooms that doesn't have windows, or you want to stay away from windows. And typically interior bathrooms don't have that because they're in the interior of your house. The bathtub is anchored down to the ground, so that makes it a little more stable and a little more sturdy. And a bathtub is a kind of a sturdier structure than just having a chair in your bathroom or something like that. Because I know who you are.
Go start on Lincoln and then go to Mega Doppler.
Alrighty.
We're gonna do watches and warnings.
I only have one bathtub, and that bathroom has a giant window, and my other bathroom has no bathtub. Blow like you're never gonna blow again. Well, that's why you want to cover yourself with pillows and blankets if you can. Tubs aren't always anchored. That's true. There are freestanding tubs. Yeah. But the reason that you get into the tub is because it's typically in an interior part of your house. Typically. So if you're not in an interior bathroom with your tub and that's all that's left, then yeah, you want to get into an interior bathroom. That would be a half bath for us. But our best spot is underneath the stairwell. Zach, what do you like? You got it all? I'll give you a radar tour.
Authority forecast with meteorologist Zach Gilday. Certified most accurate by WeatherRate.
Tracking storms on this Sunday evening. Right now, nothing is severe, but we're seeing some pretty heavy rain, and that instability, that's going to start to work its way back in tonight, increasing our threat for severe weather. Here's our Lincoln camera looking south. We can see those clouds racing in. No lightning in this frame, but if we kept it on there longer, we definitely would see some. Those are a few flashes right there. So definitely seeing that rain. Here is how heating and cooling mega Doppler showing widespread rain across the forecast area. Zooming in on the river valley, we have that green polygon. That is a flash flood warning. Look at all this rain making its way in, seeing some lightning, maybe even a little bit of small hail. But the big threat for tonight is that flash flooding. And there is a tornado threat too. This system has had a history of producing those tornadoes, so we definitely have to watch out for that. Again, flash flood warning for that green polygon through 2 a.m., including portions of Lafleur County. I do expect more of those to be issued tonight. And we are seeing that tornado watch in effect through 1 a.m. for those counties in yellow until Tuesday, 3 a.m. So we have a while to go for this flash flood watch, as we are expecting a whole lot of rain to fall. So here is that risk for tonight. Again, the day one, so through 7 a.m., we have that enhanced risk of severe weather, meaning that numerous severe storms are possible. Again, I think through 2 a.m., that is the best chance for the severe weather tonight, and all hazards are possible. Here is that tornado risk. Again, we are in the medium for the river valley, but even though that risk does get less as we go further north, keep in mind that the whole forecast area has that threat for a tornado tonight, and those winds, that is definitely a secondary threat. 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts can cause damage for sure. Those dew points, they're creeping back in. That humidity is increasing with a southeast breeze. So almost feels like spring with those dew points way up there for this time of year. Stepping out of the way, here's a Posey Mountain view, seeing temperatures across the area mid-60s. Again, feels quite mild for this time of year. No lightning from that frame, but definitely we're seeing a whole lot of activity. We have this big storm system coming through. And here's that future track. Here is 1 a.m. Definitely showing rain and storms heading into daybreak tomorrow. That storm threat will go down, but then it will ramp up even more during the afternoon Monday. And I think the main event is Monday afternoon and early evening for our severe storm chances. So definitely, I think that's the best chance for severe weather on the way home from work and school. Now, here's one metric that we use to look at for tornado potential. This is the significant tornado parameter. Notice how it's going up tonight and then especially tomorrow during the afternoon and evening. So definitely the environment will be conducive for those rotating storms. So we have to watch that closely for tomorrow. And here's that risk for Monday. Pretty much the whole forecast area. Again, this will be updated shortly. Right now, level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk. I wouldn't be surprised if we got upgraded to a level 4. Now, breaking that down real quick, we have that tornado threats. The hatched area, strong to violent tornadoes are possible for us, and those damaging winds, 75 miles per hour, that can cause damage too. Here is our link to our app, and make sure to download this to stay up to date with all the very latest as we go throughout tonight and tomorrow. We'll send you notifications to get you through that storm. And here is that 7 day showing the alert day for Monday. Good news is for election day, I think that we clear out good by the afternoon, and then we see some cold mornings, active weather into the upcoming weekend, maybe some tropical energy moving in. But big story is the alert day. A lot to get through there. Big story is right now through tonight, we have that tornado threat ramping up, especially tomorrow during the afternoon and evening.
Right, and I think now's a good time to remind people of the DUCK acronym.
Yeah, definitely. So get down, lowest level of the house, under something, and we're gonna have to get to the center of that building and keep away from windows. We say it every time that there's a warning, and we could be seeing some of those tonight. Hopefully not. And then tomorrow, I think that threat is definitely there.
Yep, for sure. Best way to stay weather aware is download the Weather Authority app, stay up to date, and then we're always live, especially in some of these weather events on all of our social medias. But earlier today, it was just a little bit of rain mid-afternoon, and more than 300 vendors, they had to brave the elements today for the NWA Makers Market. Hear from one of those crafters about that market coming up after the break.
All right, there's Zach's update. By the way, I'm seeing some people mentioning rotation in Ozark. I don't know where that mention's coming from. but it's not true. There is no rotation in Ozark. I've got the latest update on the radar. You've got to put the storm motion to the radar, and there is no rotation at all. Maybe earlier when there was a little wave coming through, if we go back in time, and what I did is I had to switch radar sites, but there is no rotation. You look at this, there's absolutely none. This is an elongated shear area, basically no tornado potential. You can't just look at each one of these and say there's rotation there. Sometimes the radar is an artifact, but as of right now, there is nothing to be concerned about rotation-wise. Heavy rain, yes. Rotation, no. And if we look here, this is the shear profile. This is not rotation. If you know anything about radar, that's what the problem is that there's a lot of people that are on social media that are reporting what they see on the radar, but they don't really know what they're looking at. And so sometimes things are a little more difficult to discern. But what you're looking for in a shear profile is an S. An S shape will tell you how the wind speed and the wind direction is occurring with height. Because if you start off at the center of the radar beam, at the location of the radar, that is your lowest level of the atmosphere. As you spread out, that's where you get higher up in the atmosphere. I'll show you what I mean, but we're in the middle of the newscast again, so stand by.
The NWA Makers Market returned to the Washington County Fairgrounds today to show off our area's talent. More than 300 makers didn't let the rain stop them from selling handmade art, furniture, and other crafts. And McDonald has been creating chalk arts and glass paintings for 4 years now, but this is our first time in Northwest Arkansas.
Just someone saying, watch out for us. We're watching you in the River Valley. Rumors of rotation or Salisaw. Rumors is the key. Yes, there's a tornado watch in that area, but there's nothing.
The market also featured
There's nothing showing
food
up.
trucks as well as kid-friendly
There's a little bit of
activities,
weak
even a
and a
beer
lot of
garden for
rotation
some of the
there.
events.
But if
In
you'll
the meantime, be
notice,
sure to stick around.
number one, that fell
Meteorologist Zach
apart.
Gilday has a final check your forecast coming up after the break. See you back here in 2 minutes.
But what this is the shear profile. So let me go ahead and draw this out for you. So you're going to see exactly what we're talking. Now you finally get some lightning
I know.
on the Lincoln camera.
Yeah,
What's the deal with that?
that's how it works.
Yeah, I love that. You were like, yeah, of course that's not going to happen. So I'm going to show you something here. We're going to go to the radar velocity image on SRX. So
What's that brown up there?
what brown? Wind advisory, I think. Yep. So what we'll do is we'll bring up a mega Doppler, and I want to show you what I mean by the wind speed and wind direction. So I think,
You can take it if you want.
yeah, I'm gonna take it. Yeah,
Scrap the
scrap it. I'm taking it. Taking the lock.
Yeah.
Taking it. Take it to the limit one more time. You know that song, right?
I do know that.
Okay, all right. So some singing and rapping.
How long is it?
Yeah.
Whew. All right, we're waiting here for Zach. We'll do the other update, but here's what I want to show you. I think I can draw on this. So here's that shear profile. Remember, green colors, rain that's moving towards the radar. Red colors, rain's moving away. So we know at this point, oh, and I can't move that. We got a northeasterly wind. But then as you go aloft, now you got more of an easterly wind. And then when we zoom out even more, stand by.
Zach, most important thing, we're under a tornado watch
Yeah.
for parts of our area until 1 a.m.
Yes, so right now we're not seeing severe weather, but that instability, that's expected to start to creep in as we go throughout the overnight, increasing our severe weather and especially our tornado threat. Again, this watch is in effect through now through 1 a.m. tonight, and it will most likely be back in effect tomorrow because we have another round of severe storms tomorrow. That green is a flash flood watch through 3 a.m. on Tuesday. That light green polygon is a flash flood warning. So definitely we're seeing the active weather returning. And because of that, you're going to want to download our app. We give you live updates. And if you have a tornado warning, we'll send you a push. And you get the radar on there. So a lot of cool features with that. You can send us pictures and videos. That can help us out a lot, and we really appreciate those. But here's that 7-day showing the alert day for Monday, the whole day, severe storms tonight, and then especially tomorrow afternoon and early evening. The activity should wind down late Monday, and then Tuesday should be dry. Tuesday is election day, and then beyond that, some cooler mornings midweek, but the active weather returns. But I would definitely want to emphasize tomorrow, not every day where we use the term alert day, and tomorrow we definitely have to be on guard and stay weather aware, especially during the rush hour time, so around 4 to around 8, 9 p.m.
Yep, that's for sure. And remember the DUCK acronym, stay safe, stay weather aware, have the Weather Authority app, just all the things that you need to keep in mind, and have a little bit of common sense as well. And then also follow along on our social media accounts where we're live, giving you all the latest and more. Have a great night, everybody.
We're live right now. We're still live. We're going on 3 hours and 22 minutes. Katie's falling asleep. I'm
It's so
barely staying up.
I'm putting my hair up.
Yeah, putting your hair up. It's time for more storms. So anyways, going back to this and the radar view, and I want to show you this. If we look at this shear profile, you can definitely see the wind shear. So what we have is a vertical wind profile by looking at this. How do we know that? Well, this is how we're going to show you. So we start off with, and I think I've got that up on weather 2. Yeah, nope, I don't. Okay, weather 2 full. So I'm going to draw some arrows on here. Look at how fast those clouds are moving, Zach.
Yeah.
They are screaming.
Kind of want to.
Go out and look at it. Yeah. I know, same here. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to put some, Zach, I want to show that shear profile again real fast.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. But this is what I want to show how you can tell. This is not rotation right here. This is called the zero isodop, meaning the wind is moving parallel to the radar beam, so it can't tell if it's moving away or towards the radar. I'm looking, and those look like distant lightning strikes. Okay, so anyways, we know that green means the rain's moving towards the radar. Red colors rain's moving away from the radar. So there is a northeasterly wind at the surface, Zach.
Yep.
And we can do this by looking at base velocity. And we'll look at storm relative velocity. So now we know at this point the wind is going this way. So it's southeast to northwest. Then you get higher up in the atmosphere, you have a southerly wind, and then eventually you have a southwesterly wind. So we can tell that because of the way that the air is moving, and then there's the zero isodop. It's not clearly defined like it is in clear air mode sometimes, but it gives you an idea of that turning of the wind with height. Closer you are to the radar, you have a northeasterly wind. The farther away, southeast, then you get higher up in your south, and then your southwest. So that is a shear profile. Now, when we go back to our sounding, which is basically a measure of the atmosphere aloft, we'll look at that shear profile. Whoa, that's kind of crazy. That don't look right. That's contaminated. And now we're going to look at this, and we'll go back to our internet source. So this is the sounding, and you can see the way that the winds are turning with height. So here they are out of the southeast, then they're out of the southwest, and then they're out of the west. Now, this is a little bit more representative. You have southeast and then southwest winds aloft. It's a pretty impressive shear profile. There's that turning of the wind with height. What's up? Oh, yeah. Here's another view of that shear. That's a pretty loaded gun right there, by the way, for instability. A lot of instability already. Pretty impressive shear profiles. Oklahoma City is capped. This is what you call a giant cap in thunderstorms. What? You should be able to put duck in there. Did it not work? Good. What? That's because you don't have it in your home.
I do. I appreciate it.
Hold on just a second. There it is.
Oh, I spelled it wrong. Spelled it wrong.
Spelled duck wrong.
DUCK.
Well, I mean, accidentally. Yeah, that's awful.
All right. So there's your shear. There's your sounding. There's all that stuff. So it's just basically sum it up in non-nerd talk. It's not rotation. Okay. So there you go. That's it. It's just not rotation. Now it could be later on this afternoon, and it could be later on tonight when that low-level shear starts to increase, as well as the low-level instability. But as of now, just some lightning and thunder. So the River Valley, boy, it's rocking and rolling though right now. But not severe, but definitely look at that rain coming down. So let's watch and see if we get any lightning strikes. We're not caught up on the loud as heck in Alma. Loud as HE double hockey sticks. That's kind of funny. Always pull a Twister movie ourselves to a pipe. Do not actually tie yourself to a pipe, although you can't survive an EF5. What is pushing north? How severe? Well, the instability. You know, that is true, but that is the SIG-TOR parameters act. Did that drop off?
What's it?
Is the SIG-TOR parameter dropping off and pushing east?
It kind of looked like it might have.
Yeah.
We're gonna turn those stickers back on. You just hit the button, right?
Yeah. You push the button by the producer board.
Yeah.
On the right-hand side, there's those red buttons. Ooh, a lot of lightning. Very noisy, a lot of lightning, a lot of rain, but no severe weather as a moment. So Alma's doing just fine. Yes, you have some heavy rain. You have a lot of lightning. There you get to see the lightning from Alma. What I am concerned about, though, are those low-level winds really start. So someone says, I'm confused. I don't know what you mean. What is pushing north? Well, you can see these clouds, the way they are rapidly moving to the north, if you can. Yeah, you can see it on there. That's the ingredients for severe weather. So, Cheryl, the one that you want is NWA-Your Weather Authority. That's the app. I'm bringing it up here.
I just recently looked it up.
Your Weather Authority. So it's NWA for Northwest Arkansas, Your Weather Authority, and it will be the second one down. So you go here. There it is. So the Weather Pro now comes up first, but it's that one right down there. And it's going to have that logo on the screen.
Most accurate by
Oh, yeah, it
certified,
is.
most certified accurate by
It
weather.
is, and we got a lot of we got a lot of reviews on there. Hotel La Quinta on the first floor. They told me that the protocol is to get into the hallway. Yeah, I think that's a good bet there. Are you guys going to be live? Well, absolutely, Savannah. We will definitely be live.
I won't be here, but they will.
I don't think the tornado watch will make it to Carroll. Tornado watch just means favorable. That's right. Tornado watch means it could happen. Tornado warning means it does. Think of cookies. You could have all the ingredients for cookies. Zach loves eating cookies, by the way.
Sure.
The rice and chicken
Let's
cookies.
go with that.
Do you have a tornado dress?
I
have
do
tornado-
not
you-
have a tornado
You need
dress.
to get some
I need to
tornado
get one.
earrings.
I have tornado earrings. I should have worn them. I don't have tornado earrings. I have a some thunderstorm earrings. I've been looking
Oh.
for tornado earrings. So if you know a place I can get tornado earrings, let me know.
How much longer do I think I'll be live tonight? I think we're going to stay on until the risk.
The ticker is not going on for some reason.
Know it very well. Just watching these guys while cooking. Or are you watching us cook while you're cooking? I don't know.
Oh, I'm the who is Katie? I'm the weather intern.
Yep. No, not my daughter, although about the same age.
Yeah.
My daughter is in a different sorority though, Tri Delta.
I'm an 85.
So it's like right across the street.
Yeah, we're neighbors.
Tornado hair versus tornado tie. I don't know. I guess you'd put it up for tornado tie.
Like, I
Taco
could have
Bell
more
blue
tornado hair.
caffeine drink. That's right. That's the Baja Blast, baby. Wow, look at these clouds, man. You've got to see this. These clouds are moving. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring up Weather 3, and you could really see these clouds cooking. These things are zipping along.
Wow, those are fast.
Yeah, those are really moving. That low-level jet's got to be pretty fast.
So was it 12:30 when that risk is updated?
1. No, it'll be midnight. Midnight. Oh, that's right. That's good. You will be safe. There's no doubt about that. Prairie Grove is fine. Some lightning, some thunder. Nope. Don't want to be in any windows. How high is the tornado risk for Fort Smith and Greenwood? We're going to find out. We're going to get the new risk here
People are
pretty
giving
soon.
me advice on my tornado earrings. Amazon, try Etsy.
Oh, nice. Cool. That's where I got the ties.
Hot topic.
What atmosphere does tomorrow remind you most of tomorrow? Probably November 4th, 2022. And we went over that earlier. So if you want to watch that, any word on when the Fort Smith radar will be back up? Don't know why it's not on radar scope, but it is. This is Fort Smith's radar, and this is current. So just to let you know, man, those clouds are moving, Zach. Look at this. And the lightning is tremendous too.
Yeah.
You know what? This is jerky. It is glitchy, isn't it? Let's see.
Well, someone wants to know: are the fast moving clouds good or bad?
Oh, so that's a good question. Fast moving clouds show strong low level winds. Strong low level winds is an ingredient for tornadoes. So I would say that's not good.
Yeah.
So fast moving clouds in the low levels like that is an indication of strong shear. That strong shear is one of the necessary ingredients for tornadoes. Oh, nice lightning there. Ah, nice. Yeah, we were talking about these storms for a while, weren't we, Zach?
Yeah.
We had the alert day several days ago, knowing the power of this system. Last night was so crazy for Oklahoma City. It was. Now, Oklahoma City had a few more ingredients that were a little different, but we'll see. Just a radar scope problem. That's right. Hey, we're pretty caught up. Clouds are hauling the mail. They are moving. My joints feel something. I got tornado elbow. Some people can tell that. You know, I got that interior elbow. I took off the brace because I was just tired of it.
Oh, I just realized that.
Zach, it's Baja Blast time.
Serious?
Yeah, I'm dead serious. I got one left for the road here.
You have some in the fridge?
Nope. I have some right here. We should get the 8-ball out. What do you think, Zach?
Yeah.
Should we bust it out?
Can bring it out.
But you're gonna go get a Baja Blast Freezy.
I got one more, baby.
Last. We gotta save one for tomorrow.
No, I'll buy some more.
You can buy some at the pharmacy right by my apartment.
Baja Blast. You know what's funny is we have a new MMJ, new multimedia journalist. Her name is Michaela. She loves these. She was so excited when she had Baja Blast. So you can tell we're having fun, obviously. We're not super concerned at the moment with storms and severe weather. That's because they're just kind of bringing a heavy rain potential and some rain and thunder, but not necessarily super nasty. We are live, but we're not on TV, obviously. We have to hang out a little bit just because we are in a tornado watch, which means stuff can ramp up pretty fast. And then on top of that, there's more storms continuing to develop, and it could get worse. So I just would hate for you to go, and then we need to be on TV. So we're just gonna hang out here. New risk comes out here in about
Everyone brought their homework anyway.
30 minutes.
Yeah, there's gonna be a new update at like midnight.
Okay.
See what that says.
Yeah.
So
And then we can plan for tomorrow too. So, and then we'll get a better idea if this is going to die out. But I don't want to let my guard down on this tonight.
morning directors might be in at around 1 to 1:30 ish. I'm hoping.
That's perfect.
Christine's got her back, so let's hope that Jacob is going to be able. Hopefully.
Oh, Jake will be here. He's a good dude.
Yeah, he was here this morning.
Oh, okay. So you already let him know.
I have not let him know. I don't know if anybody did. No.
Hopefully.
I think Christina did.
She's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay. I trust you guys. I need Broadwell.
Great.
So here's a look at the wide view, and you will see additional storms popping up, but nothing really super major to the south of us. That's kind of what the models had too, didn't they, Zach?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's pretty similar.
All that's kind of lifting northward,
There's not much to our southwest.
which is good and bad. It's good because
Yeah,
here's the
right.
reason. It's good because in terms of the severe weather threat tonight, not a problem. But tomorrow, if that lifts northward and we're clear, and throughout the day we're clear until this
Yeah.
system comes in, that's going to be bad
Because
news.
I was kind of having a hard time believing that there's going to be a big event tonight and then another one tomorrow.
Yeah.
So if we don't see a whole lot tonight and tomorrow morning is quiet and that sun comes out,
Yeah.
then tomorrow afternoon, evening, that could be some serious trouble.
Look at that energy, though. So if you'll notice, look at where it's coming from.
Yeah.
Baja. That's a Baja
That's
blast.
why we call it a Baja Blast.
That's it. That's exactly. These are the type of systems where you got to have the Baja blast in order to get through them.
You know, I think tomorrow, I think I might.
You're gonna do it, Zach?
You're gonna
I don't
indulge.
know.
You're gonna do it?
You know, I've done it before.
You had a sip. You had a sip. You almost puked.
You don't like soda?
No.
I drink soda all the time.
Nah, just the name of the caffeine mountain drinks. Okay. You ready? It's 8-ball time. This is honestly, this is really how we get our forecast. This is why we're the most accurate right here. It's the toys that made America. So here's the deal. 8-ball, magic 8-ball. We're gonna ask it a couple questions. Everybody has a question that it can ask it. We'll start off with Casey. Casey's got the first question there.
Will the sun come up tomorrow?
Oh.
Give
Bet
it
your,
an,
bo-
Will the sun be
give
out?
it
bet your bottom dollar. There'll be sun. No, just kidding. My sources say no. No sun tomorrow.
Okay.
At all? Does the sun go above the horizon at all?
Wait, yeah,
tomorrow?
will the sun rise? Or will it be shown?
Will it be out? Will
Will it be out?
Kind of like
Okay.
what we were just talking
Like,
about.
yeah. Like
All
when we
right.
said
So I
it.
think that says
So-
sources say no. So that means it's pretty cloudy.
Yep, that's a good sign.
Zach with the milk jug, which is a water jug. Take a sip while you're at it. I didn't bring my water.
Am I
I'm
going
so
to bring a
glad.
gallon jug tomorrow?
Oh my goodness.
You know the answer to that one.
This should be a given. Signs point to yes.
See?
Yeah.
It knows.
It knows. All right.
You know, one time there was a severe weather day and I had a gallon jug. I accidentally dropped it, exploded all over the floor.
And then one time I was like trying to get everything ready and it was in the way and I just took it and I slammed it down
Yeah,
and
made
it
a
bounced,
big-
it bounced up. But you didn't have the lid on it. So it sprayed water everywhere. Okay, power just went back out in Centerton. So they're getting power outages from all these lightning strikes and gusty winds. So that's not good. All right. You got a real weather question, or is that your question? Nope. That's it.
That was a question.
Okay.
All right. No,
All right.
You do other questions?
Will OU's campuses see OU's campus will see a bad football team tomorrow? Hey, they did win though against Maine, I think, this weekend. So, okay. What was your question, Zach?
Will we see a moderate risk
Oh, that's a good one.
for tomorrow?
Ask again later.
Dude, I
Ask
think we
at
should-
midnight.
I think we
Ask
should-
at midnight. Yeah.
All
All right. I'll say this. Will Zach drink a Baja Blast? That
That's
ain't
a
happening.
question.
Will Zach drink a Baja Blast tomorrow before this severe weather event? Or during?
That's a dangerous combination.
I'll just say, will Zach drink a Baja Blast, period, tomorrow? Better not tell you now.
Just like ask you later. Better not tell you now.
There are some pretty. Will there be a tornado in our viewing area tomorrow?
Oh, you took my
There we go.
question.
I did. Oh no. Gotta
Just
come up
kidding.
with
I
another.
know. I got to
one.
think of another one.
Ah, concentrate and ask again. Okay.
Concentrate.
Gotta.
Will there be a tornado in our viewing area tomorrow, Monday, November 4th,
Oh, that's a good one.
2024? Ask again later. You little punk.
Wait. We should ask this one.
Yeah. All right. Attaboy, Senator.
Will the
Marquis.
will the Razorback team win another game this season?
Yeah, there we go. Will the Razorback football team win?
Louisiana, Texas,
game.
probably good.
The 8-ball isn't very decisive.
Yes.
Oh
yes,
yeah,
it will.
see,
Yeah, it's like,
Louisiana Tech.
they knew it immediately. And then we go bowling, huh?
Yeah,
That's a weird season to go bowling.
yeah. We're
Gotta shake it harder.
I know. You're right, Emerald. Will there be a tornado in Northwest Arkansas? No, not in Northwest Arkansas. In our viewing area, which is our 18 counties that we cover tomorrow.
Oh, watch the rain.
Ask again later.
Wait.
All right, I'll ask again later. Man. No, they won't announce who president is tomorrow. They won't announce who president
It's
is on
Tuesday.
election day.
Yeah.
8-ball relies on NWS forecast. Okay, you got your question, Katie.
Do I have to answer my ask question? Because you took mine. That was the question I was gonna.
Okay.
Are we gonna have enough flooding that University of Arkansas will be canceled on Tuesday?
Oh man, on Tuesday? Okay.
I like school to be canceled. I love school, but wait. Better not tell you now. Wait, I'm gonna try again.
Little
taking the high
stinker.
road.
I know, no kidding.
Yeah.
It's 8-ball needs a Baja Blast.
Concentrate and ask again.
Okay. I
Just
guess it's
find
just
a
not
corner
going to happen.
pocket.
It's
Okay. I'm third time's the charm.
a true politician. Just giving us the answer that we think we want.
Yes.
Okay. Well, you asked enough. So
Yes. I asked until I got the answer I wanted.
will they announce the president tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
I mean Tuesday?
No,
Tomorrow's
not
Monday.
happening.
8-ball knows.
Yeah, it does, except about the tornado watch. The tornado watch got canceled early. Let's see.
Check it out.
Maybe it got canceled for some. That'd be awesome. I have my reserves. Yeah,
Gone.
is she gone?
Yeah, I read the 9 p.m. update for the weather service, and they were kind of saying more of a flood threat tonight. Which,
Yeah, I agree with that.
yeah,
Were they talking about tomorrow at all?
well, that was just a short term for the 9 p.m. update.
Yeah. You know, it all depends on that on the PDS watch for, here's the thing, Thursday morning looks. PDS watch, particularly dangerous situation. Let's look at some computer model. We haven't done that. We got to kill some time here before we get to midnight. We got a while to go for
Noon
that.
somewhere.
Yeah.
Was there a charger I could use?
Yes. What kind do you have? Lightning
Yes.
or
I had the
a-
normal lightning.
okay.
Yep,
Oh,
that's it.
that's a micro.
I don't have the new one yet. I have an old
That's
one.
a micro
Yep,
USB.
canceled 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, so man, we're too busy messing around with the 8-ball. We got some real real information being provided by some viewers here. Yeah, weather update. We're going to do that. And she's like, all right, enough of the 8-ball. Here's the weather update. It's raining.
Pouring.
Honestly, this is going to be a heavy rain event. That's all it pretty much is materializing into. I don't think that instability, but the models have shown it making its way northward, but I have my reserves on that. So anyways, raining, lightning, thundering, and all of that is north of that surface-based instability. So, but let's look at some computer models. You want to do that, Casey?
Yeah, go for it.
Let's do it, man. So a couple things to look at. What we'll do is we'll bring up Pivotal Weather, which has a great site, and if
Love
you've ever done
Pivotal.
that, yep. Pivotal's good, although I think a couple things could be improved with it.
I like to go in there to look at the HRR.
The only thing I don't like is when you use the slider and you stop, it slides over one more.
Yeah.
Oh, that drives me
I use
crazy.
I like to use Weather Bell.
Weather Bell's good, but it's not good for the HRRR because you can't get soundings for it. All right, so here we go. Forecast loop. We'll go into some severe weather parameters for tomorrow. And we'll go into, you can't get these products. You're going to go with Updraft Helicity. Oh, you're good. Here, go this way, go around that. Okay, so Updraft Helicity, and I know you're not seeing that right now. So weather update as we go here. Here's a look at the computer model
Y'all become
forecast.
delirious.
Pretty much. I think we're there already. So we look at this. This is that updraft helicity, and you can see how it still has something developing overnight. So we got to watch it. Then here is tomorrow. So I want to look at the composite reflectivity before we do anything. So we're going to go here. We're going to 1 kilometer reflectivity and type. To give us an idea of the deeper cores of the updraft. See, it's pretty quiet. Ooh, everything's pretty quiet. Here comes that low-level instability. That only takes us to 20Z. But just to get an idea, let's click on this and look at the sounding. Ooh, 76 over 70. Well, let's come over here. Let's look at that. 71 over 68. My goodness. Critical angle is a little less than 90, though. Look at the HRRR and go to the 0Z model. And see, there's that line. So it's kind of coming through a little quicker, but I don't know if I buy that just quite yet. I think that's a little overdone. Lightning flash density. This will tell you how highly electrified these storms will be.
Pick it up in Fayetteville, the rain.
Oh, yeah.
Starting to fill in.
Yeah, it's going to be just a downpour. Ooh, nice lightning, too. I just don't see anything that's worth right now on the models just looking at because it's all junk right now.
Well, there is a warm front, and that could be a focus for severe
Ooh, now
weather.
that is more like it in terms of severe weather potential. Look at this. So we'll go to our significant tornado parameter for tomorrow. Yeah, it's not as much. Maybe it's falling off. That'd be nice. I don't know, though. I have my doubts. The wind shear is just too much. The storm system's too strong. I'm not sure I believe in all that because it's producing all that other convection that's going to cool us off. But let's be honest. How often have the models been wrong on the surface temperatures? Pretty often, Zach.
Pretty much every day.
Yeah. Yeah, see, it just removes that instability right away. That's tornado threat, but we'll see. We'll see. I think we're going to hold off looking at all that stuff because it's just models anyway, so it's pretty much garbage.
Yep. Throw them out.
I didn't knew it was raining so bad.
All right. You go to bed. We will go to bed, but I'm going to wait for this update here, the newest risk. I'm really curious to see what they do. I don't think they're going to change much, but I think tonight is transitioning to a heavy rain.
Do you think people are asking
We-
if there's certain places that are
well,
kind
we-
of sleep?
We were just showing future rain radar. Still a watch from Fever to Fort Smith. I don't know if that watch is in existence anymore. I think it's gone. Yeah, that watch is history. Isn't it? That WS chat. Yeah, see, we showed the Twitter bot for NATOcast. NATOcast is not a problem. I don't see a problem with it. Hey, you know what I could do? Yes, Brooklyn, great idea. I can do that. Stand by. Download our weather app.
Was that in your way?
Nope.
Who did that?
Here is the link. Yeah, I think NATOcast is not bad. I really do. I think that sometimes it's overdone, but honestly, a lot of times it's kind of right on the money, and it was today. There is something that we do have experimental that we were able to test out, and that was we'll see if this works here.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
It's got something.
So it does have a little bit. Oh,
Ooh.
man, that was a big old boom. So here is something called StormNet. StormNet is AI in terms of, that was a big one. New update comes out in less than a half hour. But this right here is StormNet, and it's AI machine learning that basically says if there's tornado potential. So this is over the next 3 hours.
Just so they don't think the link went through.
It should. House shaker, that was a big one. Yeah, there's the link right there.
No, someone said they didn't think it went through.
Yeah, you just got to click on it. Oh, weather call services is the other one. Yeah, that's, and then for the weather, I don't think the link went to meteorologist Dan Scott. It didn't? Let me see. Yeah, it's right there. There's the link. I'll leave that up on there. So this is the 3-hour tornado probability, and that starts to increase a little bit, Zach.
Yeah,
But
that goes through about 2:30.
yeah, and that gets into about the 50% range. So it does increase.
How far does it go out? Just 3 hours?
3 hours.
max?
Yep. 1 hour for wind, 1 hour for hail. Hail is not going to be a problem at all. Nope. Tornado is, so it's increasing a little bit. So something to watch.
Yeah.
That was a long one. What was that bolt? Let's check it out. Where was that? That had to be a positive bolt. That had to be strong. So what do you think it was, Zach? Let's see if we can find
Close
it.
to us.
Oh, yeah.
I'm glad it was on the parking deck.
That's probably it right there.
Yeah.
Bring that up.
Strength.
Oh, let's take a guess here. What do you think? How many kiloamps?
Oh,
Just take a wild guess.
I don't know. It's
Well-
normal.
we'll go 8.7.
Oh, okay, that's way too low. What do you think, Zach?
81.
81? I'm gonna go 60. 60.
I'll go between y'all. 75.
75. 195. That was a big one. Yeah.
No, I was,
Wow.
I was taking the prices right approach, trying to take the low number, trying not to go over.
Yeah, yeah.
Fair enough.
Zach would have
But
won.
60 was under too. Been closer. What was yours? 80?
81.
He won.
Uh,
He won the prices right. Man, that was a big old bolt.
Yeah, the bolt that almost hit me and Peyton, that was probably like Remember?
That was weak sauce. It was like
Weak sauce.
20.
No, it wasn't.
Weak sauce.
Yep.
That one was long.
That was
Thunder.
spicy
So,
sauce.
so that was it. What is that?
Someone says they got some cool videos and they're gonna post in the app.
Really?
What street was that?
Nice. So yeah, you just click on share photos and we'll be able to see it. Lightning is bright in Prairie Grove. You know what? We've got a great view from that. And this time we're not going to blow it. Watch this, Zach. Going to go to our Lincoln camera. And we're going to, instead of pointing that west, we're going to point that east. Look at this east view that we had, Zach. Oh, you see that?
That's a flash.
There we go. Gosh darn it. Those are the city lights of Prairie Grove. I literally could have seen everything. Yeah, you know, we lost the camera at Gaither Mountain, as a matter of fact.
Wait,
Yep.
we did?
Yep. Oh, it's back.
You sure?
Yeah, there's Gaither. No, that looks like it's on. I see flashing lights, so that's good. Let's watch and see if we get another positive CG coming out of that puppy. So what you do is you click on it and then right click and then drag over it.
Was lightning query?
Wind gust up to 50. Pretty nasty storm in Rudy. So we got Alma
Where's
right
Rudy?
here. Rudy is north of Fort Smith, just a smidge.
I'm from Texas. I don't know all the
No,
geography
you're good.
around
You're
here.
good. Yeah, let me show you what the weather app looks like, Zach. Go ahead and bring it up here. What we're going to do is click on this and highlight over it. What? 129 was that was the bolt right there, 195. But what we do is I want to come into here. Let's show that app full
It's
screen.
down there by full weather. I mean, the 7 day.
You have it down here, don't you? Oh, where is it?
See the radar back on the Fayetteville forecast.
Yeah. But it should be as a category, isn't it? There it is. This is what the app looks like right here. People are asking. There you are. Your weather authority.
Someone's mentioning how the lightning never showed up when Zach was showing it.
I know. I know.
Yeah.
Gaither Mountain, hands down, I think is my favorite camera. Mount Magazine was good. Mitchell says, can you explain the difference between low, medium, high when it comes to tornado risk on the convective outlook? With the high risk of tornadoes tomorrow, medium level seems low. Well, yeah, that's actually an interesting question that you have, Mitchell, because it's not technically low, medium, high. That's the probability, not necessarily the risk. So the probability of seeing a tornado, and medium might seem low, but that's above climatology. So we're talking 10% above climatology. So if we go to this is the latest risk for tonight. And so that shows a medium threat. But if we go to this right here, this is the threat for tomorrow that Zach's been talking about, which, by the way, is going to be updated here really, really soon. And then we go to the hatched area. Be looking on that to see on the data feed. You'll see the new SPC risk that when it comes out. Plus, I'll see it on my phone too.
It'll pop up in the main window, right?
No,
No?
I don't think it does. I think it's only under the data feed.
Oh.
But going back to this, I'm going to show you the tornado threat. So, yes, medium does seem kind of low, but remember that's 10% above climatology, which, let's face it, there's not many tornadoes typically in early November. What?
Tornado watch.
Yeah, yeah. Will you give an update in Westville? Yes, sure will. So here's Westville. Westville's about to see some really heavy rain. Now, rain's about to come down big time in Westville. So here's a look at the radar. So Westville basically very, very close to the thunderstorms that are about to roll in. I'm going to stop this loop at the last second and you can see all the thunderstorms that are moving in. It's a pretty heavy rain for sure. There you go. You got the link. 10% more likely than normal for this time of the year. Yes, it does. Absolutely. And the hatched area means there's a 10% or greater chance of seeing EF2 to EF5 tornadoes within 25 miles of a point. So if you picked any location within 25 miles of that shaded area, that'll show you where you're at. You're pointing something.
Someone asked if Fable can sleep.
Aha. Before I do that, we always have this question. What is a probability of precipitation? You ever heard this before? The percentage? What does a 30% chance of rain actually mean? So we have, what does a 30% chance of rain actually mean? Let's look at pop. I know I have it in here. Here we are. Got it. So probability of precipitation. This is the definition, all right? It's a great question because we get it a lot. But here it comes. Oh. So the probability of precipitation is the likelihood of measurable precipitation of 1/100th of an inch at a location during a specific time period. So there you go. You have to have measurable rain. So it doesn't matter how much rain falls. It's just the measurable amount. And then the other thing that comes into effect is it's the amount of area affected, as you mentioned, but it also means the confidence of that precipitation developing. So it's not necessarily like TikTok says only area, it's also confidence, which is why even though 100% of the area might be covered at the 7 days out, let's say we're only 50% confident of that, so it would be 50%, but we never go 50% on precipitation. That's one thing that makes us different from everybody else. There is, we never go 50%.
Never.
Because 50% is a cop-out, in my opinion.
Because just at that point, a coin flip.
Exactly. And that's exactly what viewers say, too. It's a coin flip. Yeah. Flip a coin. May rain, it may not rain. Isn't that every day? Well, yeah, it typically is. But that's why we never go 50%. So if we look at this, how does that relate to an explanation on the table? Well, this is how it works. So this is a table for you. So 10% is a very slight chance, meaning that the isolated shower, very isolated, maybe a pop-up shower here or there. 20% is a slight chance. But remember, you could be underneath one of those isolated showers and get a good downpour, but even though it's 20%. So it's the amount of area plus times the confidence. 30 to 50% chance is widespread scatter, but we never go 50. And then likely is 60 to 70, and then widespread definite is basically 80 to 100%. So let's do a little question here. Rain is moving into a region, and it will cover 80% of the area, and I have 100% confidence. What do you think the chance of rain is? This isn't hard math.
At 90?
No.
100?
I'm gonna guess 80.
Yeah. 80.
Oh, I was wrong.
Yeah.
It's 80 because you have 80% times 1, which is 100% is 1.
I just went.
So that's 80%.
I just went to the.
Okay,
the
hold
middle
on.
between
We
the
got
two.
another one here. Rain is moving into the region. It'll cover 30% of the area, and I have 100% confidence.
30.
30%. Because it's 100%
Oh, I
confidence.
times. Oh.
You multiply it.
Oh.
But now we got a different one. 100% of the area will cover, but only a 50% confidence.
We never go 50.
Never go 50. But would that be 50%? Yes, it would.
Oh my goodness.
but I
Someone
not,
said there.
but I don't go 50%.
yeah, but yeah, that's why. I
Okay,
got
now we're going to do a
confused.
different one. 50% of the area, 100% confidence. It's another 50, but I don't do that.
Give me a hard question.
40, 50.
Hey, we got to keep it simple for people.
Now.
People like me, because I'm.
Oh,
All right, here we go.
Whoever asked that
20%?
question, I appreciate it.
40% of the area, 50% confidence.
20%.
What do you think?
Because 4 times 5 is 20.
On 0.4 times 0.5
Oh,
is 0.2. 0.2 is
20.
20%.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said 20%.
That's right, because you just take half of 40%.
Okay.
Because you have 50% confidence.
Right.
All right, one more.
Someone said I hate storms and math.
I know. Oh boy. Now we got a tough one.
7 times 8.
70% of
7 and
the
8 went
area
on
that
a
we just
date
had a
and came back.
power bump.
Wait,
Yeah.
80%.
7 and 8 went on a date and came back 48. Wait, that's right.
Can I grab a calculator real quick?
60%. Yep. So that, ooh, that was a good lightning strike
7
right
times
there.
8. 56. What? That's not.
You take point, yeah, 0.8
I
times
knew
0.7.
that was wrong.
Do you ever, when you get those, like, oh, I got 70% of the area,
So-
80% confidence, do you round?
So yeah, here's the deal. If it's around a 50% chance of rain, if we're more confident that it will rain, we go 60%. If we're less confident, we'll go 40%. Yep. We never get, in fact, I don't even have 50% unless it's a computer model that puts it out. We don't ever have it on our graphic.
I've never even said 50%.
Nope.
Except now.
Yep.
Just
Yep. And then
Yeah.
one more thing here. So I can show you this in another way here real quick, just real quick, by squares. This is a little easier to understand. All right. So let's do this. So let's say we have these squares. These squares represent the viewing area, okay? It's pop is confidence times area. So we have 10 squares. Each one's about 20%. So if we have 80% of the area, 8 squares being covered, 2 squares that aren't being covered, well, guess what? That's 80%. Chance of rain is 80%. Let's do one that's a little tougher. How about this one? 10 squares again. 5 of the squares will be covered with rain, or excuse me, 100% of the area will, oh, yep, that's right. So now we have 100% of the squares covered by 50%, which would be 50%. But we don't go 50%.
Just want to give a shout out to Trey Patterson.
Yeah.
Guessing 175 kilowatt
Oh,
lightning strike.
he did, huh?
I was
Nice.
pretty close.
He nailed it.
I think
Better
someone.
than my 8.7.
Yeah.
I think someone was asking for a while if Faith would go to sleep.
Yeah, you can go to sleep by doing this math.
Yeah.
That'll put you to sleep. All right, so one more. 4 squares, 40%, but we only have 50% confidence, so we're going to take half of those squares, and you get what? 20. I think you're getting it, my man. That's right.
I'm a visual learner. I
That's
like
how
the,
it
I like the
works.
squares.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
So there you go. And then we can take that viewing area, we can divide it up into 10 squares. And so there's your chance of precipitation. We did a whole thing on this online, by the way, with AR and augmented reality and stuff popping out everywhere. And yeah, it's pretty cool. Math is more important. Ton of car alarms going off. Did we have another bolt that was 175 just now?
I think that was like
Nothing
60.
going on with the weather. Okay, latest outlook issued. Let's look. Here we go. There it is. Oh. Well, there you have it. The enhanced risk has spread east over our area. Let's look at the tornado potential.
What do we think?
Okay, so before we go into it, I personally think that this is going to spread over our area. I think the hatched area is going to be over us. And I think it's going to extend into southwest Missouri. And I think they're kind of looking at very similar to NATO cast. Ready? Here we go. Bam. There it is.
Where's the whole forecast area?
Whole forecast area is under a hatched. Dramatic change. As we expected, Zach. We mentioned
Yeah.
it.
We saw the ingredients come back.
Before that hatched area was just in
Just west. Yeah. So
Yeah.
people were
eastern
wondering,
Oklahoma.
which is exactly why I was like, let's not like focus on where it's at because it's going
That's
to
a
change.
massive hatched area.
There's going to be a moderate risk tomorrow. All right. So now let's look at the wind. Wind threat, I think, is going to be hatched too.
Yeah.
Oh, it didn't get hatched. I think there's going to be an upgrade. I think there's going to be a moderate. But hail's not going to be an issue.
It's for tomorrow, Autumn.
Yep. This is all tomorrow. Oh, just tuning in. You know, that's a good question because we mention it. We say it.
Oh, but
Just-
it's confusing because the timestamp still says
See,
Sunday a.m.
again.
See?
Oh, yeah.
So because we have to fix that.
Well,
Because
we can't. There's nothing we can. We wouldn't show this right away. By the
Yeah.
way, sorry. Yes. What's going to happen now? We used to have that where it would update automatically at the turn. It would be at 1 a.m. So we didn't have to change the timestamp at all. We can't change it to +1. We just have to wait till it hits midnight. So it'll change the
Is it-
date on there.
Ask the 8 ball again.
Good question here. So morning or tomorrow evening? This is tomorrow evening, by the way. Let's read the discussion. I think it's worth it. And I'll break down each thing and kind of tell you, oh man, that's big time though.
you can get it here. Look at this.
No, I don't think you can. Nope. That would be nice if
Yeah,
you
right?
could.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, it's not going to be on here yet. But there's more than one way to get the risk early before the SPC. And we can get it right here. Nice. And this was done by Darrow and Weinman. All right, so I'm going to read this. This is going to be pretty technical stuff, but that's what we do here. I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger. All right, so here we go. There's enhanced risk of storms. Scattered severe storms associated with tornadoes, large hail, and wind damage are likely. A few of the tornadoes could be strong. Strong upper trough is currently located over the Four Corners. This feature is forecast to advance into southern Rockies. We already know that. Then shift into a southern high plains. 90 knot, 500 millibar speed max. During the overnight hours, the mid-level speed max should increase in excess of 100 knots as it moves northwest Missouri. So this is during the overnight hours tomorrow. Latest model guidance suggests surface low will develop over northwest Texas by daybreak and then track into central Oklahoma by 18Z, ultimately lifting into southern Iowa late. Early this morning, leading edge of large-scale forcing appears to be spreading across eastern New Mexico and Texas high plains. Boundary layer moisture is surging northwest into the region as the low-level jet strengthens. Approaching trough, deeper convective updrafts now developing. Latest thinking is that scattered numerous thunderstorms will be ongoing at sunrise. Upper 60 surface dew points should advance in southern Oklahoma ahead of surface low. Forecast soundings exhibit negligible inhibition, which is the cap. 0 to 3 kilometer would be quite strong. While numerous updrafts appear likely early, supercells are expected, have increased severe probabilities across portions of the southern plains that reflect the uncapped, strongly sheared, buoyant profiles at the start of the period. Tornadoes are possible with this activity along with large hail or hail and wind. Strong dynamic system will eject across the central southern plains, and this will encourage a notable surface front dry line in the I-35 corridor by 20Z. 20Z is 2 o'clock in the afternoon, extending in north central Texas. Weak inhibition should lead to at least scattered strong to severe thunderstorms developing along the front dry line Due to focused low-level warm air advection, environment parameters strongly favor supercells. Though a considerable amount of convection may result in complex storm modes from Oklahoma into Missouri, northwest Arkansas. Tornadoes could be expected with this activity, some possibly strong, along with some wave, hail, and wind threat. Strong, severe convection will spread across central Missouri ahead of a short wave in the period where less unstable air will begin to impede updraft strength. It's not entirely clear how far organized severe will extend downstream, but weak buoyancy over the mid-Mississippi Valley suggests this will be across northeast Missouri. So if you're just tuning in, that's the very latest day one convective outlook discussion. And here is the latest risk. That's the day two. So scroll up, Zach, to the day one. Day one tornado is over our entire area. 90 knots is cooking. And now we got all this rain that's happening too. Another thing too is if we do get the sunshine, there's going to be what's called evapotranspiration, and that can increase your surface moisture dramatically, which was fuel for the thunderstorms. Let's see if we have any more bolts that were pretty loud. All right, with that being said, it's midnight. Now, I know that says Sunday into Monday. If we wait 7 minutes, you'll see that change to Monday into Tuesday, just because of the turnover of the new day. That's a big hatched area, Zach.
Yeah, I like Josh's comment. If there's a lot of sunshine in the morning, then wouldn't be surprised if they do a moderate.
No tornado risk now for Rogers. All it is just a heavy rain event. So that's good news. We will watch it, but I don't think that instability is returning, which is an ingredient for severe weather. In order to have that severe weather and tornado potential, that needs to race northward. Could it still return? If it does, Josh will be here. Well, that's comforting. Yeah, that about sums it up. So if we look at the risk and the breakout, here's what we got. The entire viewing area is a hatched area. It's been a while since I've seen that.
We have to fix the headlines. Though.
Yeah, we'll fix those
crazy.
headlines up at the top. Yes, I still think the timing is going to be early afternoon. If we look at some of the latest models, let's see what we got for the short term, not the HRRR extended, but the short term. And we'll go till midnight, and then we're shutting this down because we'll watch the line. If it pops up and becomes severe, we'll let you know about it. Oh, that's why. I can't find it.
We gotta reboot these computers.
Yeah, we do. It says safe from tornadoes in northwest Arkansas tonight. Yes, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean we're still not out of the woods yet
No.
for tonight. If the instability comes back in, which I wouldn't be shocked if it did.
A lot of indications were showing that.
And we had that warm front.
Okay, here's the latest HRRR, and it's doing actually a pretty good job. Stop.
Does the camera move around?
Yeah, it does. It follows you.
Kind of mind its own.
So there is that, and then that. Gosh, if that just continues. So 230, it shows, look at the break in action, 74, 78 in the River Valley.
And that's a model.
That's not good.
If we see 80s, it's game on.
Yeah, 80 over like 71. You know, someone asked to see the dew points like 4 hours ago. Like literally 4 hours ago. Let's show you
I
this.
showed them during the forecast.
You did? You showed them surging north?
Well, I didn't do a future. I just did now. So yeah, I didn't really show it.
Let's show you this. Oh, man.
Ooh.
Yeah. That's the problem. That instability is coming back.
70s?
Yeah, that's what the models are showing.
And just making sure, because I remember you took me to the classroom and you showed me the different size buckets and stuff like that. That means it's a little bit more humid.
That can
right?
hold a lot more water.
Okay.
Yeah. And then look at it race east and it's gone. But then look, it returns again, more severe weather next weekend. Look at this energy though. This system is an absolute beast. This is a large system. This just spells trouble. It really does. Golly, look at all that energy. My goodness. And it almost becomes negative tilt as it swings out, Zach.
Yeah, and
What was her?
that's not a good sign. Yeah, I was noticing that negative tilt about the very last minute.
Yeah. Here's the rain totals. This is shifting east a little bit. I think storm prediction or the weather prediction center is kind of shifting that heavy rain axis.
Well, keep in mind that we've already
Farther
seen a
east.
good amount of rain.
I know.
So
This is on top of what's going to fall. Let's see what the graph shows on rainfall. Be interested to see that.
deleted that one.
You
a long
did?
time ago. No, it is.
Yeah, we got to reboot these computers big time. Oh, 4 to 5. Dry air moving in maybe right now, says Larry. Exactly 2 years. They are pretty similar, man. The only difference is that started off basically no supercells. If we go to, so we can go to the, let me go back to this real quick and look at the storm events. We're almost to midnight, folks. Okay, let's do this. When we hit midnight, I want to see the risk change immediately. Get there. Where is it, Zach? Where's your day one? There it
Right
is.
there.
Got to change all the numberings and all that stuff. So here it goes. Watch right up here. You'll see the banner change instantly. Monday to Tuesday, as soon as it hits midnight. So we got 10 seconds left.
9,
8,
7,
7, 6,
5,
5,
4.
4,
3, 2, 1. Boom!
Oh.
Monday to Tuesday.
Mine.
I was
pretty
kinda-
sure.
Yeah, exactly.
I was kind of hoping it wasn't going to change.
What? That means everything I did is messed up. There it is. Now it's Monday to Tuesday. Blast off. Man. It's going to be a busy one, folks. All right. With that being said, should I have the Baja Blast or save it?
Chug it. No, save it for tomorrow.
Chug it, chug it.
You won't chug it.
Oh, yeah.
Nope.
Crush it.
You can open it up?
Yeah. Should I chug the Baja Blast?
Yeah, ask the 8-ball.
I am. Most very doubtful. Very doubtful. I thought it said most likely.
What do people want to see?
Someone says chug in all caps.
Chug. I'll be like bouncing.
Someone
off
said
the
save it.
walls.
So we 50,
I probably
50.
should save it.
If we get 20 chug comments.
Oh no!
What do the people, what do the
I'll do
viewers
it.
want?
No, I'm just joking.
It says chug, chug,
No,
chug.
no,
I probably need it.
Stop.
Shotgun the Baja Blast.
Yeah, no.
All right.
You
You,
do
you
it?
did it.
No,
you
no,
did it, Zach.
no, you have to be rested for tomorrow.
So I'll fall asleep standing up.
He's opening it out. He's doing it.
Opened. Here we go. I can't
One,
shotgun in case I get it everywhere.
2, 3. %, confidence that Dan will chug 20%.
How about them apples?
Gone.
Boy, Dan.
There you go. Woo! Hey, my eyes are watering for
How
once.
much caffeine is in this?
Champ
A
behavior.
ton. Look at the sugars.
He's
Oh, all right. Anybody want to
Someone
guess?
said now rap.
Anybody want to guess how much sugar is in this?
I just
150 grams.
No.
no.
150 in this.
It's about.
8.7 milligrams. No, I'm kidding. Dan, I got a question for you. Now that we I mean, we shook up the 8 ball when we were asking. are there gonna
Yeah,
be
about the tornadoes. Yeah,
So
now we
ask
know.
later. It says
Yep.
day 1 convective outlook.
That's right. My eyes are still watering. It's a lot of
Dan's up for the
caffeine.
night now.
No, that's a weak sauce.
Oh,
59 milligrams.
What about caffeine?
Yes, with the caffeine. Yeah, 59 milligram caffeine.
but the sugars
You're gonna be
44
perfect now.
with 44 added, so 88 grams of sugar.
No, is that how it works? I'm pretty total. I think it's just total. Because like, there's not gonna be any kind of natural sugar in this.
Yeah. 44 grams of sugar in that. You know, okay. Do you know what the percentage of the 2,000 calorie of your diet is for that amount of sugar? What's the percentage?
I'm looking at it. So
I know you know. I'm asking for what anybody else knows.
Gotta get another Emmy for that chug.
Dude, Baja Blast is good.
That's
good.
like my favorite.
Yeah.
The Baja Blast
Keep
freezies.
going. Yeah.
way up, closer.
Keep going.
Yeah.
34%. We got beer.
After
Maybe that's
beer.
after the severe weather. We're gonna crush some Taco Bell
Tonight.
no tomorrow night.
Does DoorDash Taco Bell?
Oh, there's a big bolt. That's
should-
gonna wake some
Y'all
people
should just
up.
y'all should DoorDash Taco Bell.
Oh, voltage.
I do like me some Code Red.
Code Red's good.
My favorite.
All right.
My favorite soda is Big Red.
It is not 50%. It is. You ready for this? There's a lot of percentages in this. 88% of your sugar intake
Well, who's
for
doing
the
a
day.
2,000 calorie diet? Let's trying to get big here.
All right. I'm just saying what the
Zach's
what
eating the whole cow.
I know, exactly.
No, I probably get about that.
Wait,
Okay, yeah. If they go, that's a good question. Let's go back to reality here. If we go moderate, where would it go? You want to know where the moderate's going to go? I'm telling you, that could be right. Right
Really?
there. Yep.
Why do you think that? Just because the energy's gonna like eject there?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's where the moderate's going to be.
Not for yeah. I can see it because we saw it swing it up and then turn negative.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Moderate would be red, obviously. I just drew a yellow circle. But it's kind of right in the middle of that. And here's why I think that's where the surface low is going to be, because you can almost see it the way this is. So you're going to have the surface low here. You're going to have a warm front that's lifting northward. And then you're going to have a dry line that's like right here. And then you're going to have a cold front. I'm shutting this down too.
yeah, I'm about
Casey.
to leave too.
Yeah.
Before I go, I got to see the answer from you.
8 ball, yeah.
Oh yeah, we do. We do.
Will
We
there
do.
be
We
a
do.
tornado in
All right.
our coverage area.
All right, here we go. Will there be a tornado today in
Yeah.
our weather coverage area? Oh, very doubtful. All right.
Oh, okay.
Very
that's promising.
doubtful, but not no.
Well, it's looking promising.
Not no. It
Yeah.
says very
Hey,
doubtful, but there's
I found out the hard way this week in fantasy football. I had a player that was doubtful. He ended up playing. Not this week, but
oh, he was
one of those
doubtful
weeks.
that he
Yeah,
would
then he
lose,
ended-
and
then
then
he
you
ended up
took
playing.
him.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. 8 ball wrong. All right. Will there be a tornado watch? I think that's a given.
Oh yeah.
There's definitely gonna be a tornado watch. And it says my sources say no.
Oh.
I think your 8 ball is messed up.
He needs to get some better sources.
Give
Rumor
it
has it the water in the 8 ball is actually Baja Blast.
Is it really?
Think so?
You can open it up
All
now.
right. Crack that open. Chug the 8 ball water. Oh, that'll probably kill me. All right, guys. I gotta run. Yeah, chug the 8 ball.
I'm about to head out too.
Yeah, 8 balls fired. Very unsettling. We'll see. It could be wrong. Anyways, I don't know yet, Jacob, if there's going to be a PDS watch. Considering the size of that enhanced, we'll have to watch it closely. All right. Well, guys, be safe. We
Yeah,
will be
ducking
watching
down.
these storms. Here's the deal. We're going to shut it down here because there's no signs of rotation or anything like that, and the instability is not returning. But if it does, Josh will be here. He'll keep you up to date. He'll launch the stream. It'll be on all the avenues, all the sources, and we'll be ready to go tomorrow. We'll keep you updated. We're going to be starting the stream early. We're getting in early. Casey's going to be working all day tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if he is, but
8:30.
okay. We'll be watching it for you. So take care, guys. Have a good one, and we'll see what happens. I hope a nothing burger. That'd be amazing.
Bye,
Take care, guys.
y'all.
Thanks for watching. Appreciate you so much.
Have a good one.
Time to
Bye.
reboot. See ya.